There's a hierarchy within the game, and then there's a hierarchy within the crews that are in the game. So you had my sister and all my first cousins. Then you had the generation before them, which is my mother, my father, my uncles. My mother was the queen bee. They come in and, I'm sitting there doing my homework and how many you want? And they get 2 bags. So I'm just at my job. I'm just working. I'm making $15,000 a day here.
Cavario Hodges grew up in Harlem, New York in the 1970s. He was raised by professional drug dealers. Virtually every member of his family was involved in high-level trafficking, including his mother, who was a captain in one of the largest dope rings in New York City, led by infamous drug lords Nicky Barnes, Frank Lucas, and Cavario's uncle, Butch Cassidy. Cavario grew up in drug royalty, a ghetto prince, if you will. And by the time he was in middle school, he was working at his family's spots in and around Harlem. And for the next 15 years, Cavario ran some of the most successful drug operations on the East Coast and made millions on the streets of Baltimore, on the same corners that would later be the influence for HBO's hit series, The Wire. Finally, in 1997, after having a spiritual awakening, Cavario left the game for good. He is now a successful author and businessman. You can read his autobiography, Raised by Wolves, which is available on his website, themindplugacademy.com. And for a bonus interview with Cavario, go over to patreon.com/theconnectshow. Okay, without further ado, it was a pleasure and an honor, a one-of-a-kind story you can't find anywhere else. Enjoy Cavario Hodges right here on The Connect with Johnny Mitchell.
By 14, I was already, been a couple of years of, carrying 2 guns every day. And like I said, my father put the first gun in my hand, but my mother, she's the one that taught me, shoot from the hip and shoot to your pocket. And my mother used to tell me, we've been making and seeing millions of dollars for decades. This is what we do. This is it. This is what we do. This is what we always going to do. This is it. And if you interfered with that, then it was either send you down south, or they're going to find you somewhere with a hot shot or with a bullet in the back of your head.
That's when I see the lights behind me start to flash. And I didn't even think, I just hit it. I was driving like my life depended on it. Then I parked the car, hopped out, closed the door, and I started running.
And he pulls out a burner, a shank, it's like 6 inches. Then he passes it to me, and he goes, here, that's yours. Don't ever leave the cell block without this. He was the reason I made it out of that place alive.
Cavario, if you could please, just tell everybody where you were born and when you were born.
I was born in Harlem, New York, in 1967, during the period in which the heroin game kind of came into its full fruition and began to explode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're from like downtown 115th.
Yeah, I'm from Harlem. I'm from the place that historically when people say Harlem, they're talking about here. Right. They're not talking about Spanish Harlem, East Harlem. They're not talking about Uptown, which would be like above 135th Street, whatever. They're not talking about Sugar Hill. They're not talking about Washington Heights. Yeah. They're talking about that point between, say, Morningside from 110th over to maybe Lenox up to as far as 135th, 138th Street, Strivers Row, like that.
Yeah.
And that space.
Was that considered still like the capital of Black America, that downtown part of Harlem when you were a kid?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And it seemed like when I was reading your book, it seems like, you get some money and you move out, but you always come back, whether you come up off a dope package or a pension fund. You might shoot up to the Bronx, you go over to Jersey.
Riverdale,
Uptown.
Riverdale's when the first bosses,
Westchester.
That's where the first bosses went.
Right.
Before New Jersey and then Long Island, it was Riverdale first because it's like conveniently located.
So the black kingpins of that era, the heroin bosses, they'd be getting money in Harlem. All their turf was in what you called the dope triangle, but then they would be living in the leafy suburbs. And then on weekends, you come in with...
Or one or two nights a week that you had to come in and you can't stay too far too long. Yeah. Right? One, things change too quickly. Two, people feel, what's the old saying, when the cat's away, the mice play? You got to keep your eye on people, So, like, meeting on Thursdays, every Thursdays, no matter, where people were, because they may not be necessarily hustling in Harlem. That's where they get their work and all that, whatever, but they might be in another state or whatever. But come Thursday, you got to come in town with your contribution, with your bag, you know, and it might not be all your bag. Your bill might be $250,000, you know, but if all you got is 175, 125, bring it, because everybody else is bringing it. And then, you know, the person who is at the top of the tier or somewhere near that, they would take that. And, you know, the way to keep a flow going, the way to keep top-notch material constantly coming to you, regardless of availability, you know what I mean? There's been so much, especially during this period, this earlier period, there's been so much that is available, right? So if you're going to be one of the first people who gets first picks, then you've got to be a solid earner. So if you are a person that, you know, is good for bringing $1 million a week or $2 million a week, then the suppliers are going to make sure that you're straight. And it's a constant, like your bill is never paid, you know what I mean? Like, because you'll give them $2 million, you'll receive $4 or $5 million in work.
Yeah.
And then maybe next week you'll give them another $3 million, but you're going to receive another $4 or $5 million in work.
Right. Because your credit's that good.
Because your credit's that good.
You're
And it's
moving it that
because you
fast.
have a system where every Thursday you receive several 100,000, you know, from different people, you know. So, you know, they know every Thursday they're going to be able to pay their overseas suppliers and keep themselves in favor, because they are a constant stream of money. No matter what's going on anywhere else, these individuals make sure that the money keeps on flowing, because obviously if it's money not flowing, then it's not money.
Okay, so can you explain the structure back in, let's say 71, 72, you're about 4 or 5 years old. Can you explain, the heroin structure from where it came from to the middlemen supplying the bosses all the way down to the street level?
Right. So a lot of people have seen American Gangster. All right. The largely false and, you know, convoluted story of Frank Lucas. All right. Frank created a story in an interview he did with a reporter in the New Yorker, upon which that movie's based. It's not based upon his reality. It's based upon that article.
Oh, wow.
Right. And in that article, he talked about, you know, a point in his actual career where he was in, you know, contact with a direct plug from the Triangle, from, you know, Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Right. And during the time, this is near the last few years of the Vietnam War. So that war was, among other things, a pretext for the taking over the drug industry, for this country taking over the drug industry. It's attempt, and it's many attempts, but to take over the drug industry. So I would say, in his instance, Frank's instance, you had Ike Atkinson, Leslie Atkinson, known as Ike. In the movie, he was represented by this light-skinned actor who usually does like not so serious roles, but he was the sergeant in a bar, the Star Bar, or something that he kind of owned and operated. That was Ike Atkinson. So Ike was in Southeast Asia, in the military, and so he had direct contacts with the triads in the mountains, in the bush, who produced this stuff. Right. So he created a system that enabled him to, first it was like in the bases, and this was what Ike told me. They were using these bags. There was these like standard army bags, like these duffels, and the bottom of these bags, like the ends of the bag, would be the bottom, right? They were like duffels that sat up in the openings at the top. It was like a base, you know,
a false bottom,
right? But it was you know how you have heavy bags, and the bottom of the heavy bag is like rounded, and it's got you know, this
to weigh
base,
the bag down,
right,
so it doesn't fall over.
So it doesn't fall over. So they had that, and they used to put it in that. And a lot of times, it was in the bag, and the person carrying the bag didn't know it. Right. So somebody coming over here, would
leaving
be like,
Vietnam and going home.
They'd be like, Hey man, so-and-so left his bag. Could you take it back for him? And it would be in the bottom of the bag.
10 kilos of pure heroin.
Yes,
at the bottom.
pure heroin. I'm talking about something that can be cut 60, 65 times, you know? So if it's 1 kilo or 2 kilos, it's 130 kilos.
Right.
You know, when it's done.
Unbelievable. And 1 kilo could be like $100,000 wholesale, right?
In this country, over here?
Yeah, over here.
$250,000.
For 1 kilo.
For 1 kilo.
For 1,000 grams that you turn into 130.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would put a 65 on a 65. Right. Put a 40 on it. Yeah. And it's, I mean, the amount of pure heroin that a human body can stand is so minute. It's ridiculous.
Right.
I accidentally gave somebody a match head amount that was uncut, that I didn't know was uncut, when my uncle asked me to go get this tested.
Right.
I'm thinking I'm getting a package tested. You know, I'm getting something that we're going to put the mix on. You know, or that's got the mix on it. So I think he's testing a mix. So, you know, I give the person, you know, like the foil. It might have like a gram in it or something like that. And they said opened it up, and they took a match head, like, you know, a match head amount, like a match bulb, and one in each nose. And like in this exact timing. Oh, it's good. Oh, yeah, that's good. Throw up in that time, and then fall right to the floor.
Wow. Yeah.
That amount.
Right.
Right?
That's good for the heroin dealer.
Oh, yeah. That means you got some.
That means, you know, and a coke importer might have to bring in 1,000 bricks to really get that $5, $7, $10 million.
That's a fact.
But you could do that with 10 kilos of raw heroin.
That's why you can't compare a coke kingpin to a heroin kingpin. There's no comparison.
So we're going to get into that. But first, Frank Lucas. So the lore is that at the time, the late 60s, early 70s, the stranglehold on the importation of Southeast Asian heroin was controlled by the mafia. And you had the French connection as well, right? So
which came later.
The Italian middlemen would have a monopoly on the heroin, and then they would chop it down and give it to the black street bosses. And by the time it got to them, it was already cut up so many times, and there was a cap on the amount of money you could make if you were like a Frank Lucas, right, from Harlem. So he basically, according to the movie, he went around them by going straight to Southeast Asia. So did that actually happen in real life?
He did go around them.
Was he the first one in your knowledge to do that? First black kingpin to do that?
No, Frank Matthews did that. Frank Matthews had the French connection, right? And the connection between Ike and Lucas was that Lucas had been married previously, prior to their involvement, to one of Ike's cousins. So that's how they got connected. They became apprised of one another or whatever have you. And when Frank was getting those things from Ike, and Ike was the one that was really taking care of the importation, Ike said that Frank didn't even come outside. He only came once, and all he wanted to do was go to the zoo and see the snakes. So there was no riding riding burros into Burma and all that kind of stuff, whatever. There was none of that. And he said he slept for the most of the time that he was there. So when Frank Matthews, who's really the biggest that ever did it and got away with it, right? Frank is by far the most successful drug dealer in our history. Just like Ike Atkinson is the largest single heroin importer in American history. Not black, period, right? Because they went from that to teak furniture, and then the infamous caskets.
Right.
That people were like, people love hyperbole. So it's like, it was in the bodies. And no, it wasn't in the bodies.
Right.
It was in the caskets.
And Ike Atkinson was the one in Vietnam or Southeast Asia actually coordinating all of this smuggling for the kingpins in New York.
Yeah, so he got busted because when they started doing the teak furniture, when the teak furniture got very popular, This is after the coffins. He went to push down a pack into the top of this post, this bed post. He went to push it down, and he pressed his palm into the bag, and it left a palm impression.
Oh my God! And they pulled that?
That's how they got him.
Wow! Back in the 70s, they had that kind of technology. They could pull it. Wow!
I mean, the fingerprinting technology's been around since
like the 20s, I think.
Yeah. So, that wasn't very far-fetched about 50 years later.
Guys, let me ask you something. How much do you think you're paying in subscriptions every month? I'll wait. I bet you don't even know, but it's probably more than you think. Over 74% of people have subscriptions they've forgotten about. This happened to me the other day. I got a $14 charge for something I signed up for years ago. I don't even remember. But thanks to Rocket Money, I'm no longer wasting money on the subscriptions I forgot about. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so that you can grow your savings. See, this is how you get rich. This is how you get wealthy. You save and then you invest over time. If it's Rocket Money saving you $800, $1,000 a year, hey, that's $1,000 you can put into the stock market or gold or crypto. You see, with Rocket Money, I can see all of my subscriptions in one place, and if I see something I don't want, Rocket Money can help me cancel it with a few taps. It's that easy. They will even try to negotiate to lower the bills for you by up to 20%. How wild is that? They're like your lawyer. All you have to do is submit a picture of your bill, and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. They'll deal with the customer service for you. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. Stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/connect, CONNECT. That's rocketmoney.com/connect. One more time. You know how the game goes. rocketmoney.com/connect. All right, let's get back into the episode. Okay, so in this time then, is it safe to say that the black guys were getting it straight off the boat? They didn't have to go through the Italians anymore?
No. Most did. Most like in my opinion, they liked the association. They liked that the things that went along with being associated with the mob, that whole idea of the superiority of fair-skinned people was very pervasive in that generation, right? Most of them came from down south, right? So they had that deeply indoctrinated into their minds. So dealing with the Italians, made a lot of them feel like better, and the idea of going overseas and interacting with, foreign entities and so forth was so far-fetched. I mean, like I said, these guys come from down south. That was a big enough thing in and of itself. You came from all the way down to rural Virginia or, rural Carolina to come up to New York, you know what I mean? And then got the nerve to get involved with these Italians, you know what I mean? And start selling drugs. That's like a big thing. So the idea of getting on a plane or a boat or whatever and going to another country.
And I think that's why the story of Frank Lucas doing that is so unique, is because, he was a country boy from North Carolina, and to have that kind of foresight, he's like, no, I need the lowest price. I need the low. I have to go to the jungle of Burma. I think that was...
Yeah, it was a thing where he stumbled upon that information that there was somebody whom he had access to who could, get him this material, whatever have you. And he was a huge fan of Nicky Barnes.
Right.
Huge fan of him, right? Everybody was.
How did Nicky Barnes play into this? If you say Frank Matthews, Frank Lucas were the bigger dealers, what was Nicky Barnes just the flashiest?
No,
and the most gaudy?
Nick was big. Nick was big, and Nick was before Frank Lucas, and Frank Matthews and Nick were around the same time. They were contemporaries.
Did you ever meet any of these guys? You would have been really young, but
no. Well, Nicky Barnes is connected directly to my family. So at a point, Nicky was a dope fiend. He was a heroin addict, right? And like as they say, one of the worst kinds. Larceny-hearted, like really down and dirty dope fiend. Mm-hmm. And he was eating out of garbage cans on 115th and Lenox Avenue. Like he was that bad of a dope fiend at the point. Right. My mother helped to get him off of heroin. My mother and her husband, whom that we'll talk about later, her husband and Nick were tight. They came up together. And he was also at a point in his life on heroin, her husband. And so when he got up and on whatever, like he was the guy, and a lot of the supply that came to my family were from him. Like, for the most part, until Butch, became that person.
Okay. And who's Butch?
Cassidy. Butch Cassidy.
Could you explain who Butch Cassidy is?
Butch Cassidy is my uncle, who is probably one of the, if not the longest running heroin kingpin in New York.
Wow.
Out of Harlem and South Bronx. He's from the Bronx originally, but he came up in Harlem, came up in the game in Harlem, whatever.
What was the key to coming up in the heroin game? Like for Butch or for Nicky? Was it finding that overseas supplier, or
finding a proper supplier, whether it was, Fat Matty and them over on Pleasant Avenue and 16th Street, that was Nicky's angle.
Those are guineas, right? Those are mob guys?
Mm-hmm. Pleasant Avenue guys. Mm-hmm. Stand-up guys like Matty Madonna. Very, very stand-up dude. The dude took a heavy pinch at like damn near, he was like 70, and it wasn't his first by far. He stood all the way up,
Wow.
He's hardcore, the kind of people that don't really exist anymore.
Right.
But the key for these guys was finding supplies, finding someone who could supply limitlessly, someone who could supply the best that the process could produce, that could take a 60, take a 50, you know what I mean? There weren't a lot of people back then who could get their hands on something like that. Mm-hmm. But there was so much room that a person could, say you got it from somebody who was getting it from Nikki. Mm-hmm. They may or may not have to put something on it. 9 times out of 10, they would put something on it, but you'd still be in position to make a ton of money profit-wise.
Because if you're getting something you can put a 60 on and you give it to me and I can put a 40 on it, that's still 2 guys down the chain. Money. We could still put 10 on it.
That's right. And it is but so much, there's but so much heroin that anybody can take anyway.
Right.
Right? So when I was a kid, the bags were called quarters. And with these glassine bags that when you opened them, they were about like maybe 2.5 inches high, maybe 2 inches wide, right? And they would have, like in our specific instance, we had heavy bags, right? So they would be 9.5, 1/8 spoons. And they called it mixed jive, right? Mixed jive, or scrambled, right? And it was comprised of quinine, which has chemical properties, right? And the bonita, which was innocuous. It had no chemical properties, just a stretch, for volume, right? And so they would have 9.5 spoons of this mixed jive in a quarter, and that would be sold for $50, $55. $50, but if somebody was touting, which is, I'm somebody who's in the neighborhood and, I'm a drug addict, but I make my way by helping drug dealers sell their drugs. I am a representative of, I quantify the quality of this, Hey bro, come on, get it from these guys right there. Yeah. So that's $5 for me, $50 for the dealers, $55 quarters. And so that was how the money, was made. The profits were made because it'd be so much material and so little of it could be ingested at any given time.
Yeah.
So, like you could stretch it. I mean, you take one key that you pay $250 for. By the time you pay for the key and you paid the crew and paid the table that has to mix it and all that, whatever. By the time you've done all of that, you probably still had made $250,000.
Yeah. Now, did the guys, so with that being said, do you think that the guy under the boss, under the main lieutenant, could they actually make more than the guy, their boss, getting it wholesale? Because he can now put 30 or 40 on it, make so many hundreds of kilos and sell them out on the street in quarters. Seems like you could actually make more than the guy you're getting it from.
You could, but there was a hierarchy. There was a system. You had to operate within that system. Otherwise, things could fall down pretty quickly. It was highly competitive. So if you put out a thing, a package that was taking, say, a 60, and you put it on a 40, and then you gave that mix to somebody. Now maybe they got a whole key that you put this 20 on, right? And now they take it and they go and they put another 15 on it, right? Right. So now the person who's going to go and bag it, assuming that it didn't get bagged when it initially got here, got hit and got bagged. There were a lot of operations like that. Yeah. Those operations were the ones that set the standard. That means you had to be at least as tall as this to ride this ride. Otherwise, you sitting there with some that's going to be talcum powder in a few days when that quinine finished working on it. Yeah.
Okay. That's fascinating when I read that in your book. So if you put too much cut on heroin, it'll actually like dissolve. It'll become gummy, right?
What'll happen, that gummy doesn't happen. Like that's the thing that happens when people go to shoot it. They pull it up in hype. They put the water on it, whatever. And if it's got a bunch of cut on it, it'll gel up.
Okay.
It'll gel up.
That's what I meant.
In terms of the having too much cut on it, and then you're storing it. It's at an apartment that's just off the street where it's being sold, right? And you tried to stretch it and make some extra money. You're the guy you were just talking about, right? The guy beneath the guy, and you decide you're going to take it. And this has happened. People done all kinds of dumb because they're greedy and stupid and short-sighted. So there have been times where a person, Nikki will get the things and send them to, the mill, where they get chopped up. So you got a bunch of people sitting around, mostly naked. And
is that true?
That's true.
So you'd have chicks with their tits out, like in a stereotypical drug movie? At the heroin mill? That
was common.
And what was the purpose of that, do you think?
To keep from stealing. First of all, money went a lot further. So a person could steal a few $100s worth of drugs from you and, pay their rent for the month and fill the house with groceries or go shopping or whatever. Money went a lot further. It went a lot further. So they didn't have to steal a lot. And if you got 7, 8, 9 people all stealing $200-$300, over a period of time, that's a bite out of your ass. Right? Okay. So, guys weren't strict, but sometimes there'd be guys who would be at the table, you know what I mean? But whenever it was women, a lot of times the women weren't wearing anything. They couldn't tuck anything between their legs or beneath their breasts, like that, right? That was a real thing.
Did you ever witness that? Or didn't you have an apartment in your family that was used for a mill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was mostly family doing it. So it wasn't a necessary thing. It was family doing it. A lot of times people would be like regular people, church-going, working people. Yeah. And then when the thing came, it was like, I got something for you to do. And they would know they would be spending the next 4 days or so in somewhere, they don't necessarily know where they're going to be sequestered for that period of time without any interaction with anybody else, whatever, while they cut this thing up and bag this thing up. So you cut up, 400-500 grams. And I mean, it's mountains of you got, the mountains of heroin, mountains of quinine, mountains of bonita. And you gotta sift the quinine, dozens of times.
Hey everyone, just a quick intermission. I want to tell you about my stand-up comedy dates this summer. July 19th and 20th, I'm going to be in Chicago, Illinois at the Comedy Bar. Come on out. I got 4 shows there. And then in September 27th to the 29th, I'm going to be in Vegas doing Skankfest. I'm on a ton of shows there. That's the greatest comedy festival in the world. Get tickets at linktree.com/Johnny Mitchell. Once again, that's linktree.com/Johnny Mitchell. I'll see you on the road this summer. All right. And where do you source quinine?
There were different places. There were some people who would get their quinine from pharmacies, right? The quality is just because quinine had its quality as well. If you had Ronnie Bump, right? Ronnie Bump Bassett, who would be, I guess, the Frank Matthews equivalent out of Queens, right? Major, right? I'm writing his book right now, actually. It's called Finished Business. He was very meticulous about his cut, about his quinine. So he had a source that gave him the top quality quinine. Wow. Cost a little more, but he didn't have to worry about it eating up his dope.
Right.
But most people, and then Bonita was a lot easier to get, but they would get this out of barrels.
Yeah.
But normally, Bonita came in like these little, it looked like a bar of soap.
Right.
And it had this little band around it with the label, right? And, they would take those and put them through a sifter, through a strainer, and just down to powder because it blocks.
Yeah.
Bonita's in blocks, right? Quinine is in powder.
Yeah.
So, you'd get barrels of the quinine from a source. Yeah. And a lot of there were people who got, obviously, as you might imagine, filthy rich selling just quinine.
Oh.
But you could get caught up in a drug conspiracy if you were selling quinine to a major heroin producer. Right? Yeah. Because you're an intricate part of their operation. Right. Now, you could say, well, I didn't know they were doing this, or what do you think they were doing with, 500-600 pounds of quinine.
Right.
So
that was an industrial. You couldn't just get those big barrels at CVS. You had to go to an industrial wholesaler.
There was no CVS.
Of course. I'm kidding. That's all New York is now. Starbucks and CVS.
You're right about that.
Okay, so do you think there was more? You mentioned that like downtown Harlem, 116th, 115th Street between 7th and 8th Avenue, that was also a spot where hustlers that went out of town would descend on Thursdays to re-up.
No, don't get convoluted. Okay.
Yeah.
Those neighborhoods were major selling neighborhoods.
Okay, so that was not the re-up neighborhood.
No. There's no re-up neighborhood.
Was the out-of-town game like it was in the 80s when New York crews would shoot out of town, like you went to, Baltimore?
In the 70s, yes.
Yeah, was that a thing with heroin?
In the 70s? Okay. They were doing that in the 70s.
Okay, wow. Yeah.
I remember as a kid, older people around me, I knew of the existence of the cities of Baltimore and Boston and Philly, Trenton, by way of the older people around me talking about, the work going to these places. Okay. That's how I knew they existed. Other than that, I wouldn't have known they even existed. Right. So yeah, that's been happening. Okay. That's been happening.
So then who controlled the actual retail street distribution in Harlem still?
Retail street distribution was not controlled by any one particular individual. Okay. You had a guy you had Hev on 117th Street between 8th and St. Nick. And he wasn't the only one. You had, at the same time, you had Alan Lloyd at the same time. And these, they're making, just these individuals are bringing, Hev was dealing with Ronnie Bump. Ronnie told me that Hev was bringing him, he was good for a key and a half, 2 keys, a week.
Wow.
By himself.
Just
in one
quarters.
block.
Yeah.
Like millions of dollars. Millions of dollars.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
It's just one guy, one block. Right?
Yeah.
And then you got 16th Street. And 16th Street is like a longer strip than 15th Street. And I think this has a lot to do with the fact that St. Nicholas cuts across 7th Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
So the way it is angled, 17th Street is this long, but 16th Street is this long.
Right. 15th
15th Street is this long. Like 16th Street is this long from 7th to 8th.
Right.
It's a long-ass strip. And there's millions of being made on this block. And then my block, 15th Street, as I'm a little kid, they're selling, sometimes 1,000 quarters in a day. And this is one block. You know what I mean?
Describe for me the traffic times. You would walk out, you'd be hanging out on your stoop, or little Cavario would be looking down through the window at the street, and the lines of cars waiting to get served, and how that happened.
So they'd be coming up the block. They're coming coming from 7th Avenue, right? The block goes east to west. So they're coming from 7th Avenue, and there'd be 4 or 5 cars coming up the block. When they get past like mid-block, that's when serving begins. So whether you're walking into the block or whether you're driving to the block, right around this point, it was like a building they called Chocolate City, where it was like after hours, whatever. And the guys in my neighborhood, my family, so that's where they hung out and stuff like that. So that was like a point. From that point forth was where the transactions happened going towards 8th Avenue. So it might be 5, 6, 7 cars moving slowly, and a guy will come and run and jump on the hood of the car.
It's like a little kid,
serve,
right?
and serve right there. The driver's driving, he stop and give me 5, give me 10, or give me 2 quarters, or whatever, and give him the money and do the transaction. He jump off and run to the next car behind that, jump off. And I'm watching this from the window at 4 or 5 years old. Yeah. Obviously, it's super fascinating. Right. You know what I mean? Right. And, at some point during the day, I'll be outside and I'll be interacting, because this, heroin business starts 7 o'clock in the morning. Mm-hmm. So 7 o'clock in the morning, Zoom, cancel, boom, out. Let them know, that was my family stamp. So you let them know that it's out here, And
your family stamp was what?
Zoom, cancer, boom.
Zoom, cancer, boom. That's fly.
It was a heavy package.
So did you guys change up names depending on the different quality of the package, or was that just your legacy
Zoom, cancer,
stamp?
boom. Your stamp was very important.
Right.
Your name was very important. Prior to stamps, it was bag color. Prior to bag color, it was the color of the tape on your bag.
Right.
Right. And so those things were very important. They were brands, like that infamous scene in American Gangster where it says, Blue Magic is a brand. Right. And I stand behind that, whatever. That was serious. And
like
Blue
Pepsi.
Magic was real.
What were the other stamps in your neighborhood? I assume a couple stamps each block could be possible.
You had Poison. That Poison to put out, which was the only thing that was reputed to go head-to-head with Blue Magic when Blue Magic was pumping. Mm-hmm. You had West Indian Chuck with Please, 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 which, I'm a little kid moving around, riding around the neighborhood on my Apollo 5 speed or whatever have you. And, this is what I'm hearing. All I hear is shout-outs all day long. All right? Please, please, please. Stands out, stood on my head, but it was a bomb package. Yeah, it was a bomb package. Poison, Blue Magic, the West Brothers, down between Manhattan Avenue and 8th Avenue, they had strong package. I can't remember the name of their stamp. I can think of the names of the people who had the standing that you knew their thing must be their thing, because their name is on a lot of people's lips. Yeah. Right? So, Cisco Kid. I remember riding, but it was a furniture store on the corner of 116th and 8th Avenue called J-Horn. And huge 4-story furniture store. And most of the people in the neighborhood got their furniture from J-Horn. just past J-Horn, because J-Horn was on the corner, and it was a huge building, so maybe like a quarter way in to the block off of the avenue. I remember seeing Cisco Kid out there. Cisco Kid is my man Reggie's dad. So I remember him being out there with a large bag, like the kind of bags used to be in the supermarket back then, which were large brown paper bags. No insignias and like this, a large brown paper bag. And out there, and like it's full of quarters, and people would be lined up. And,
full of quarters of heroin.
Yes. And he'd be selling it. And he riding by. It's a line of people buying drugs. I mean, all kinds of conditions and so forth. And that was just him.
Yeah.
You know, and he got rich.
Yeah.
He was a kid.
So there's just hundreds of millions of dollars a year coming through this black slum.
Triangle. That's right. 1/10 to 1/19 to Morningside to Lenox. Like that whole
heroin
space
addicts everywhere. And are there like...
When I was born, there were approximately 250,000 heroin addicts in America. According to statistics, 80% of them were in and around my neighborhood.
Wow. Now, why is that, you think?
Because that's where the best dope was. So people would move there from other places, move there from other parts of the country.
Like once you came to Harlem.
That's right.
Just to get
so
high.
you can be in proximity to the best dope, rather than waiting in Virginia for somebody to get it there. By the time it's gotten there, they've done the,
the two-step.
They've done the 10-step.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think people do that now in San Francisco. They move from all over the country because they can smoke fentanyl and crystal on the Tenderloin in the streets, and they can do it unbothered.
Yep.
That's
My wife was just there a few months ago, and I'd warned her, but when she got this, she was like, "I've never seen it like this in my life."
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Harlem.
I was in Portland.
That's where I'm from.
A little while last year. It's crazy.
Is it?
Crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's just using drugs everywhere. Nobody gets arrested for drugs at all.
Well, it didn't seem like people did back then either.
No, they didn't. They didn't. But see, that wasn't surprising to us because, this is black people.
Right.
This is a bunch of black people.
Okay, so it was black people getting high. Those are the fiends coming through. You didn't see
for the most
white.
part. Not
didn't
much.
see white people coming through.
Not much.
Okay.
Not much. Because a lot of people, a lot of people were on heroin. You know what I'm saying? I had several members of my immediate family on heroin. My sister, first cousin, several. Right?
Yeah. So let's talk about your family. So, wow, your family, man. I mean, these are gangsters. These are people probably suffered a lot of generational trauma from.
No doubt about it.
But these were like old school, mean black people.
Oh, yes.
And I say all of this with love, but yes.
So no doubt.
But you're right. But this fury and this hardness has to come from the Jim Crow era. And now they're in, the mecca of black people, the capital of American black people. Mm-hmm. And they're just super deep in the heroin game. They're one of these crews. Your uncle was Butch Cassidy, obviously. Mm-hmm. Tell us about your mother. God, we love her. I feel like I know her after reading the book. Tell us about your mother and your uncles and your cousins and where they operated. What level of the game were they at in this whole universe of heroin in Harlem?
Well, there's a hierarchy within the game, and then there's a hierarchy within the crews that are in the game, right? There was 2 generations before me in my family. So you had my sister and all my first cousins' generation that were 14, 15 years older than me. Then you had the generation before them, which is my mother, my father, my uncles, who my cousins and my sister and all of them that came before me were brought in by. Right. So when I was born.
I'm sorry to cut you off. So your family, your parents' generation goes back to when heroin was first on the scene in the 50s.
Yeah.
When they called it horse.
Yeah.
They go back to the horse generation.
Where you could get, where you can buy a $2 bag of dope and be high for 8-10 hours.
Wow. So they go back.
You and your buddy.
Now, did your mother ever talk to you about how she got started? Like, was she at?
No.
Okay.
It was
you
just
don't
a
know
reality.
much.
It was
Right.
just a reality. But
Right.
in the process of writing Raised by Wolves, in the process of the diary, the journal that Raised by Wolves evolved into, because I had no intention of going against the grainage of my training to write a book about the life that we lived. That was absolutely the opposite direction of what I was taught.
Yeah.
Right? I realized in that process that I didn't really know about my mother, my father. I only knew what I actually gleaned from my direct interaction with them.
Yeah.
They were very, very closed-mouthed about everything.
Old school.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is why to this day I still, I spend a lot of time trying to pry information out of those who are left.
Right. Yeah.
Still, not active at all, although you never really know with the older generation.
Right.
You never really know, but they're not active at all. I was just talking to one of my aunts a couple of days ago when we were up there in the city. I introduced Al to her. Shout out to Aunt Deidre. And I'm like, I asked her, or Al asked her something, whatever. She's like,
Yeah. Right.
I'm like, it's been 40 years.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, old school people.
the statute of limitations is far past. Like, you can talk about it.
Old school people, especially old school gangsters or criminals, they never talked about the past.
That's right. That's
So-
what I was raised on. That's why Raised by Wolves it was so cathartic for me.
So let's just
But I
talk
didn't know
about.
about mom. I didn't know about my mom for real, other than what I saw myself. And even after she passed, and I started working on this thing and started calling a book, and I started reaching out to different members of my family who were still around and who were around and under her, and they were still like, I'm like, bro, she is not going to reach out from the ground and snatch you up, But the indoctrination was so deep that it's like I want to talk, but every time I try to say things that I know I shouldn't say, my voice gets stuck in my throat.
Wow.
That's how I remember being that way.
Yeah.
I remember being that way.
Yeah.
That whole process of writing what became that book was really deep, cathartic therapy for me. That's why it's inside the life and mind of a guerrilla hustler, not just the life, not just this is the stuff I did and saw, and this is how I felt about and what I thought about the things that I'd done and experienced and witnessed. You know what I mean?
Because when you're raised in an environment like that, you have somebody like you with this sharp mind, you have nobody to talk to about it.
Nope.
You got to tell somebody, dude, guess what I saw today? But you have nobody because that's just normal. You just do. You don't talk about it, nor do you really think.
That's right.
Okay, we'll just talk about
people start looking at you, within your own system. They start looking at you like what's wrong with you? Like,
right.
This is your business, not show business. That's it. That's all. And it could be the person's right, like your best friend. I couldn't tell my best friend. I couldn't come out the house and tell my best friend, they got like $1 million on the bed upstairs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I can't say, I got to go outside and act like everything's normal.
Now, did you have normal friends from the neighborhood whose parents worked and went to church?
Absolutely. Most people, and this is something that I speak to all the time still to this day, most people in the hood did not sell drugs, did not participate in the drug life. So, and I've did a couple of posts about this on IG, like, there was a time when people in the neighborhood did not speak at all like people in the street. Didn't use our colloquialisms, didn't use our slangs, didn't use our vernacular at all. Yeah. At all. They spoke like regular people while we were like, look, you know what I'm saying, go around the corner and see the man, hit the man with the thing, you know what I'm saying, and, you know what I'm saying, holler back and, let's, get with the other situation, you know what I'm talking about? Like, that was it. Yeah. So if you didn't know, you don't have no idea what was just said, and you can have a conversation right in front of you. Then at some point around the time that, rap is starting to pervade, everything, then you start hearing regular moms, dads, working class, church people, never been outside after the street lights came on. People start talking about, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying, I'm a hustler, got to get to the bag. And it's like, what? Aren't you going to work?
Right.
Yeah. But it's like they started picking up on stuff. And after a while, it became like the generation that came behind that generation just talk like that because they figure I'm from the hood and this is how we talk in the hood. No, I had a lot of regular friends, like everybody who wasn't in the thing wasn't in the thing. Right. And there was no confusion about it.
How many people did you know, like you, these little kids, these little princes whose family were big time dope dealers?
For me,
yeah,
it was just my family, my cousins.
Yeah,
you know, it was just us. There were a couple of other kids, but they were few and far between. A couple of other kids, like, you know, from like there's one kid from 14th Street, and I mean, for the most part, man, most of the people who did get involved back then, they had mostly gotten involved on the non-business side of the bag. So if there was a person, I had a lot more friends who were impacted by the game from the perspective of their primary caregivers being addicted than participants in the money part of it.
So it was more normal to be an addict from Harlem than a big-time drug dealer.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. So
you can't tell by the way these guys recall it, but yeah. I was actually there. They weren't there. They weren't outside if they were there.
You know what is so fascinating? Please talk about this. The dichotomy, the symbiotic relationship between the heroin dealer and the heroin user. Like, you admonished your own son when he wanted to dip his toes in the game, and he cursed out a dope fiend, right? Like, the dope fiend was, you know, scratching, and maybe, you know, got a little rushed him or something. And he said, "You dirty dope fiend, motherfucker, I hate you." And you smacked him. You said that.
In Baltimore.
He is feeding you. He's putting money. He's putting
you know
food in your
nice
mouth.
Little things you got? That's where it came from.
So there is a real respect, at least back then it seemed like, in the 70s, the heroin generation, there was a real respect paid to dope fiends. Am I correct?
That's a fact. The thing is, during that time, right, when I was born, the majority of the people who were getting money at that point had just been heroin addicts. They had just been dope fiends. So anybody that they were serving was somebody they came up with who just didn't get away from it. Right. They just didn't get away from the bag, from pumping. They just didn't get away from it. So they knew each other.
Yeah.
They went to, you know, grade school together, high school together. They knew each other. Yeah. So that's first generation. They couldn't act like that because it's like, I had to walk you back to life just a year ago before you got clean. I had to walk you back to life. Right. You OD'd in the bathtub. Right. You feel me? Right.
And they know how hard it is to get off heroin.
Yes.
So they don't look down on this person. They're like, he is sick and he's got the gorilla on his back and maybe he'll get off of it, maybe not, but it's a person.
Right.
And he's putting money in your pocket.
That's right.
So is treating the customers like when you opened up shop, you ran a lot of different shops from smack to crack and then back.
Yeah.
There was always a sense of like treating the junkies and the dope fiends well.
I was told specifically and directly. My mother told me specifically, for one, she's raising several heroin addicts, for one.
Right.
Two, she grows up, you know, in this environment. She knows what it is, right? Harlem was a village, you know what I'm saying? So we were all connected, you know. We weren't separated by more than 6 degrees, pretty much nobody. Nobody, right? Which kept a lot of shit down too, because it's like you had a problem with somebody. It's like, you know, you do something to this person, some kind of way it's gonna come back around and be like, you're gonna be harmed by it. Like, oh, that was my mother's best friend's son. Yeah. Or something like that, right? So people were less likely to go to some extreme, for one, back then.
So there was less violence during this heroin getting era.
Absolutely, because money was a priority.
Right. And there was
if you interfered with that, then it was either send your ass down south, or they're going to find you somewhere with a hot shot or with a bullet in the back of your head somewhere.
It's like targeted.
That's right. The money is more important. Like my mother used to tell me, the thing is the man. You will never be the man. The thing is the man. And you'll serve that and maintain that for those who might follow you as it was maintained by those who came before you.
Wow.
That was the understanding. So that helped me. I didn't realize it at the time, which is what a lot of Raised About was about the realizations of what the impact of things I'd seen and told and taught and experienced at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, how those things manifested in my life and behavior and personality and condition and everything later on when I didn't even really directly remember them. Yeah. And so she told me, like, these people are people. She said, if you out there and you're selling your package, whatever, and somebody comes up to you and says, yeah, man, I'm really sick, I'm not feeling well at all, saying, and they need a bag, whatever, you give them that damn bag.
Wow.
You don't even hesitate.
Yeah.
It's like if you see somebody hungry, somebody tell you, I'm hungry, whatever, you get them something to eat.
Yeah.
Without even, that's it. That's all, period. That's what you do. So that's how I was raised. And that's the difference, by the way, between growing up in a neighborhood where these kinds of things are happening and then thinking, you can participate and be effective, and then growing up in the actual collectives in which these things are happening, and you're getting the rules, the regulations, the guidelines, the understandings that are necessary for you to be effective out there and not be detrimental to yourself or detrimental to the thing itself, which is what happened. People who were uninitiated, people who had not been verified by somebody who was qualified in order to be certified. Those kinds of people came in and applied what would be square mindset, square ideology, and so forth to the game from the perspective. And of course, if they were staying true to squaredom, then they would really be taken advantage of. So what they did was their version of what it looked like through a square's uninitiated eyes, right? So a square would only be able to see the most austere aspects, the clothes and the cars and the jewelry and the behavior and the mannerisms, but they wouldn't understand any of the catalysts for those things.
And the sacrifices.
The way that people dressed and walked and talked, not everybody walked, talked, dressed the same way. Yeah. Regardless of their access, because there were certain things that were reserved for certain people at certain levels.
Right.
You didn't do that because you ain't that person. You can't be doing what they do. Even if you can save up enough money to get what they got and do, you don't do that because you're not that person. Now, when this generation of people in my era came along and started to say, well, I'm getting away from the mores and ethics of my mom and dad who were, like working class people, whatever, and church going people, that kind of thing, law abiding people, stuff like that. And I'm gonna get into this thing because aesthetically it's so attractive. And, that lifestyle is so attractive. And I'm from around here and it's been happening around here all my life. So I kind of feel like I'm a part of it anyway, by the sheer accidents of my geography. So, I'm gonna get in the game. And without those insights, without an awareness of the subtle nuances, they destroyed the fabric, the thing that made it profitable, the thing that made it useful, in terms of building wealth and creating opportunity and so forth, such as it were. They destroyed that because they became, their numbers got greater and greater and greater because of, cocaine and cheapness and access and so forth. Heroin didn't have that. Right. So, yeah, it was.
So you'd say those are the main differences between the heroin and the crack game, is that in the heroin game, you couldn't just set up shop. Like you had to be in with a family like yourself and brought up in it and reared in it. That's right. Crack, there was so much raw coke.
So much cheap coke.
That you could be from a middle-class Harlem family and go get a couple of ounces and bag up, and now you're in the game, but it's so dangerous, and that just creates so many problems.
Yeah.
And it undercuts people's money.
Right.
And
because a person like that is not thinking about the maintenance of the game. They're thinking about their own comeuppance. They're thinking about their own validation. This is a personal platform for their own self-aggrandizement. That's what this is. Low self-esteem is rampant in society. It's even more rampant in the lower rungs of the society. So if you're a kid who grew up in the 70s and this was prevalent, who ran around in handed down Converse or Pro Kids. And they were your brother's last summer, they're yours this summer, and they look like it. And that was a lot of people. Yeah. Now, there were people whose parents had what would be considered good jobs and the cost of living was so low comparatively that, you know, they were able to give them, you know, nice stuff from time to time, but it wasn't a materialist kind of mindset that those people had, right? So those people they saved their money and they were frugal, you know, and they didn't, you know, buy their kids a pair of sneakers, you know, every other week or, you know, even once a month. The average cat would get a pair of sneakers once for the beginning of the school year, maybe two if they came from a pretty well-heeled family. Mommy might have been a nurse and dad might be a tech, you know, somewhere in a hospital, whatever. He might be an anesthesiologist like that, making good money, right? Which was a rarity, but it happened, that degree of it. And they might get a couple pairs of sneakers for the beginning of the school year, and, you know, a couple of, maybe 2 weeks worth of fresh outfits, whatever. So everybody was always fresh for the first couple of weeks of school. And then after that, it'd be back to the hand-me-downs and whatever have you. In the summertime, get some summer clothes, if you're fortunate, right? But other than that, most people were not. That's why you don't see a lot of pictures from the 70s like you do now, where you see a bunch of kids that are wearing, you know, really nice little clothes, whatever. Back then, you don't see that so much. If you do, in the 70s and 60s, you see that stuff, it's a very special day. It's Easter Sunday. Right. You know, it's a wedding or something like that. But you see them, other than that, you see pictures of them other than that, and it's like abject poverty. Right. Yeah. So if you grow up in that, and it's contrasted with a kid like myself and my cousins, right? Where, you know, this kid is, you know,
you guys are like spoiled kids.
We're very spoiled.
You're spoiled.
Very, very
You're
spoiled.
from the slums, but you're making hundreds of thousands, if not more, a year. Your family is.
Yeah. Millions. They're making millions.
Millions of dollars a year.
Millions. If you sit in an apartment in the South Bronx with $1 million on the floor, just sitting there just in case. You know what I mean? Wow. And you're maintaining, you know, my mother was taking care of 40 people.
Yeah.
You know?
God, she should have been buying those South Bronx buildings.
Yes.
Back when they were giving them away for $1.
But the thing was, Harlem too, the thing was, and I asked her about it because she did tell me one time that she had the opportunity to buy a whole block of brownstones. And when I asked her, well, and why didn't you? She said, well, I mean, I had money. I didn't never think I would need any buildings, whatever. Like, if the whole point of that is to gain access to wealth, well, I already got that.
You're right.
You know, but this is a limit of exposure, education, information, which is still a significant problem right now. Of course. Right? Cats think they know things that they don't actually know.
So when you were, say, like 8 years old, we're talking the mid-70s now, what chain in the structure did your mother inhabit? Like, where was she a lieutenant, and who was she getting her stuff from?
She ran her own situation.
Okay.
All right. So she would get her work. You know, sometimes she got work from Nick. She didn't like him.
Nicky Barnes.
You know, but that was the nucleus. That, you know, it was, so the work came from Nick. Right. The work came from Nick.
So she's getting bricks.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think of who else. I mean, she had other friends. There was a gentleman that most people don't know about. You'd have to be an old head. There are a few people who well, no, I can't think of anybody from Harlem. They would have to be in a lot of my old heads from Harlem have passed. I got 3 or 4 off the top of my head I can think of that were deeply ensconced. Yeah, Pee Wee Kirkland. Right. You got Tom Frost, whose son's Kirk is on Love and Hip Hop with his wife Rashida.
Oh, wow.
And his other son Kev, who's more in the street. Right? Kirk is the older son. Kev is the younger son. Kevin and his pop Tom were actually in the feds at the same time at the point. Okay. Right. But so Tom is from he's from that era. He's still around. Leonard Rolock, which is the original Pistol Pete's father, right? He's still around. Red is still around. So these guys would remember. Jesse Gray is still around. these guys would remember, some of these more obscure major guys whose names have never been mentioned, right? So my mom had a gentleman, older guy who was older than her, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson had a hardware store on 8th Avenue between 116th and 115th on the downtown side, and wore overalls from down south, wore overalls every day, whatever. So when they finally busted, somebody told him, when they finally busted Mr. Johnson, they found he had a diamond mine, a silver mine in Africa. He had several jets that he would rent to rich people. And he had, this is how I learned about the existence of Arabian racehorses.
Wow. From Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson. All right. Very low key. He had these two. I remember when I was younger and I would listen, I would hear Reno and them talk about how fine his daughters were. One of them worked in the hardware store. So she had people like that. See, my mother didn't have to do, because she didn't like Nikki.
Right.
Okay. So a lot of people who knew Nikki didn't like especially women.
So she was copping. Your mom was copping from Mr. Johnson sometimes.
She could work for Mr. Johnson. Wow. And when you you don't pay for it.
Of course, you get it because she's
right.
so known.
Right.
So she's getting hit off with kilos, and then how many people does she have pitching for her?
She got a whole team, whole operation. Wow. Got a whole team.
Yeah.
So you got lieutenants and baggers and. She knew everybody. She took care of everybody.
Yeah.
My mother raised 40 people.
Yeah.
And she only had me and my sister.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
People would rob their parents, steal whatever they had, bring it to my mother. My mother would buy it because they were on drugs. My mother would buy it and then send it back to their parents.
Right.
But yeah, she had her own system.
And you never worked for her?
No. I never worked not directly for her, no.
I found this interesting. Why not? Was that
because by the time I started rocking, she had retired because of the kidney thing. She was a heavy drinker. After the drinking, it was heavy Pepsi, which is terrible for you, terrible. And she developed kidney stones, right? Developed really bad kidney problems. So she had the operation. After that, she kind of fell back for the most part.
Yeah.
But everybody else was still active or whatever.
Right. Now you have so many different uncles that are maybe uncles, maybe not, this is old school black.
That's
right. This guy.
Men with which I have an avuncular, relationship with. And for all intents and purposes, they are my uncles.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they are, people that I would, give my life for.
Yeah.
Can
you tell us about your father and your fathers, your biological and your father?
Mm-hmm. So when I was born, I was given the last name of a gentleman named Tracy Hodges. And he was older than my mom, as was my sister's dad. My mom had my sister. She was 16. Her dad was like 38. But they were married. And my dad, or the man who I thought was my father for the first 9-10 years of my life, Tracy Hodges was a hustler and a number runner, because all of this comes out of the numbers,
right?
Which people will learn a lot about in Ronnie Baum's book. First 100 pages, there's no drugs except for the drug use, because that's what young people did back then. The way that young people use pills today, back when I was younger, weed. Yeah. Back when in those times in the 60s, because Ronnie was born in the 50s. He's born 50, so by the time he's 14, he's running around with his guys. They're having fun, sticking people up and shooting heroin.
Yeah. Horse was fly still.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Until like the Vietnam era.
But you was fly. And you were fly. Yeah. Like you dressed to the nines. You know what I mean? And you just got high. Yeah. And that's what getting high was. And it wasn't for the faint at heart type of thing. It was part of that come up incident, that validation, of being made a certain way, qualified for the thing, And so, so he was, Tracy, a numbers guy. you know, and he with the drugs as well, you know what I mean? But, you know, the number, like a lot of people did. A lot of people back then, they did the numbers and they did the drugs like that. So Tracy, he was one of the forebears of the angel dust, the PCP thing.
Right.
He was one of the guys who first brought that to the forefront. So initially, the angel dust thing came from guys on the West Coast. And they came and, you know, they'd start moving around in Harlem, whatever they had was so much. And, you know, cats like Nicky and, you know, that level of guy, they were the ones using it, you know, because this is for, you know, the not faint at heart, right? And a lot of them having been formerly heroin addicts, a lot of them, I've never known of a heroin addict that didn't get into something else and like basically become addicted to that. So it was either weed or coffee at the minimum, alcohol, cocaine, right? And in this era, PCP.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So angel dust. What is angel dust, or what was it? I know there's different versions of it, but what was
back then? It was PCP, phencyclidine, and it's a chemical, it's purely synthetic. It's psychotropic. And
where do you get it?
Like, how did it was. I mean, originally they made it at it was USC. Yeah. That's where they made it. University of Southern California.
So how do street cats make it?
And
how does Tracy make it?
It's a liquid. It's a liquid. It's liquid. It's a clear liquid. Very, very pungent. Right? And so that's what they were about. They like, when these guys came from the West Coast initially and introduced it, they had it on mint leaves. Mint leaves, like, so they bag it up on the mint leaves or whatever. Then that was how it was transferred. So you'd roll up the mint leaves and you smoke it, whatever. And
so
once
did it look
guys
like smoking
Nikki,
a joint?
Yes,
almost?
It was a joint. It was a very, very thin joint, like a lollipop stick.
Right.
It was so powerful.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, I've known people who smoked it one time and never spoke again.
Literally.
Never spoke again. Operational, just never talked again.
Wow. Now, did that ever reach, did the angel dust trade ever reach scale, considering it does people up so bad?
I know people who became multi-millionaires.
Off of dust?
Off of dust.
Wow.
Oh, yes. A lot of people didn't with it because heroin was so prevalent during that same period. But for people, I guess, who couldn't get access, because in the heroin days, there were 4 or 5 people at the top, you know, a Nicky, a Frank Matthews, a Frank Lucas, a Butch Cassidy, you know, that they were the ones who had access to the supply. Yeah. So if you weren't getting it from one of them, you weren't getting it, right? So no matter who had it where, you could always trace it back to one of these handful of people. And that was it. If you didn't get it from them, you wasn't getting worth saying I got it. With the angel dust thing, once you tapped into a connect, you were good. And it was not as nearly as difficult as it was with the heroin thing, right? You had to really be like introduced to somebody by somebody who was respected to one of these guys in order to gain access. So it was like Godfish was introduced to Nikki by way of this lady named Olive, who put a lot of dudes on, right? She was like a well-known, you know, fly broad back in the 70s, you know what I mean? There was a group of women, there's always been a group of women like that, but these women were different than the ones that came along in my generation, that, you know, that are a few years younger than me. They were just, you know, I'm cute, you know, I'll be on your own, give me some money type girls. These girls was plugging in guys, getting packages and getting a percentage of the package. Right. You bring in a good earner, I got you, right?
But angel dust sounds like it was a little easier to
much
get your hands on. As
I don't know if I want to say much easier. Easier.
Right.
Easier. Because it still was a limited kind of access thing. It's like you had to find somebody who had it, and you had to find somebody who had it good. And if you found somebody who had it and they had it good, then okay, you're good, you're on, right? So
And there were enough dust fiends to make a big industry out of it?
Well, the thing was, initially, there were guys who had money, like Nick. You know, those are the level of guys who were doing it.
Oh, wow.
Just like with the freebase thing.
Right, I was going to say, so it was like an early freebase.
Right. Those guys were the ones who had the money. In my day, you know, it was like, you know, I started sniffing cocaine in 78 or something like that, right?
At the old age of 10.
Yeah, the old age of 10. So I'm like, you know, the idea of putting cocaine in water was like, you want me to strangle you?
Right.
You don't even sneeze or sweat near my blow.
Yeah.
Right? So the only people who were dealing with enough of that they would dare to put it in water or think about putting it in water were people who had lots and lots of bread like they did.
Yeah.
Right? So with prior to the base thing, the angel dust thing, they were the guys. So what would happen is, all right, Tracy, these people came over from the West Coast, brought it. When they would come, they'd have so much, they'd sell it out, then they'd be gone.
Yeah.
And now people are like, yo, where's the water? You know? So Tracy was one of the guys who tapped in early with a supply so that he could be a supplier of it there in New York. So he tapped into a guy who, Tracy was a hustler. Tracy cooked in his number hole. He had like a grill in his number hole. And you know, had his drug thing going on at the same time. He would also deal with clothes, you know, because he was spending thousands of dollars on clothes.
Right.
So he dealt with a Jewish dude down in the garment district that put him in contact with the PCP supply.
Out on the West Coast.
Or wherever it was coming from.
Wow.
He was a Hasidic dude.
No.
That's how he got plugged in with his PCP Connect.
Wow.
Right. So this Connect was in Philadelphia. So what he would do is he would go fishing, right? He'd get a bunch of fish, and then they would go and get the PCP because it was extremely pungent, loud, very distinctive. You know, a lot of people they don't like the smell of it or whatever. Yeah. Even when it's not burning. It's very, very strong.
Yeah.
Now, I'll give you some examples of how strong this is. So he would put the PCP inside the fish. That's how he would transport it.
Right.
Because the fish smell would overwhelm,
Of course.
you know, what's going to smell. So you open the trunk and it's like, oh, okay, yeah. All right.
You're good to go. Just
You're good to go.
Slow down.
You know what I mean? Type. So he got on with that. He got on, you know, he made money with that, whatever. Now, what made that popular in terms of responding to your question about was there enough of a clientele base to support that in a way that made it beneficial? Well, remember now, you always have to put the money into context for the time. Right?
Yeah.
So, you know, pre-wild ass inflation, the invisible tax, the amount of money that you could say was a lot of money would be like if you had $1,000, you had a lot of money. You could do a lot with that. You know, you could pay your rent for several months, half the year, and you know, or you know, you could buy groceries for 6 months for your family of 5, like to give people some base context, right? So you didn't have to have a whole lot of people buying in order for you to, you know, be walking around with car money in your pocket. A brand new Cadillac was $6,500, brand new, you know, with all bells and whistles.
Yeah.
And you walking around with that in your pocket on a daily basis with, you know, no particular thing to do with it except to keep your pocket full, right? And so a little bit of money was a lot of money back then. You know?
Okay, so you could say that Angel Dust was a good hustle. That it wasn't boy, wasn't hop, wasn't smack, but it was like maybe how like selling weed would be in the later generations. I'm not bubbling crack, but I got this good, solid weed thing going that makes me a nice six-figure living.
That's right.
Okay,
that's right.
So how did Tracy? Sorry, I want to talk about Tracy. He was a good man.
He was a good man. He was probably the kindest and most decent man. Would he kill somebody? Yeah, he would kill somebody. But would it be his first resolve? No. But if it was like, well, you just don't understand the words coming out of my mouth, then you're dead.
Right.
Right. And I learned that about him from Reno, you know.
Tell us who Reno was.
Because Reno told me.
Oh, tell us who Reno is.
Oh, Reno he is, for all intents and purposes, he's my older brother.
Right.
Right. But he's actually my mother's oldest brother's son, second oldest son. He just turned, I was just with him on his birthday. He turned 71, you know. And so he told me, he was my conduit to that generation, his generation, and the generation before his.
I see.
You know, he would tell me things that were not appropriate for him to tell me, but he had so much reverence and so much value for me as a kid that he would allow me access to the adult world through the back door, and he would tell me everything.
He was your mentor.
Yes.
He was your mentor to the game.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Him, Bernard, we'll get into that. Yeah. You know, those two were the most inappropriate of everybody. They would show me everything, take me everywhere, you know, and just prop me up and, you know, but they were not doing it without the okay of my mother, who was the queen bee.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So it was like, you know.
Your mother had the respect from a lot of men.
Show them. Yes. Yes.
And she was a killer. Your mom was a killer.
Yes, she was.
This is in the era where you would just, you know, some guy, he might even had a job, might even, you know, he had a hustle, right? Maybe some of them is legit, but he's a killer.
Yep.
Like, who talks like that now? But back in the day, that in the slums and in the ghettos and in, you know, like this guy, he's a killer. He's a good guy, but he's also a killer.
Yeah, he's a good guy, but he will definitely leave you slumped in a trunk.
And you know what I found? And when I'm reading your book, Raised by Wolves, there were so many at the first 100 pages. It's like reading like a Nathan McCall, makes me want to holler, a Man-Child in the Promised Land by Claude Brown. The amount of death before you're 10 years old, people are dropping like flies. Even though, yes, the heroin trade is building up generational wealth, people in the slums back then used to just die. Can you, and I don't know how sensitive this is to talk about, but like, could you tell us how Tracy met his demise, how Vincent, your biological father, met his demise, Reno, etc.?
No, Reno's still alive.
I'm sorry, Reno's living.
Black June.
Black June, yeah. Would you mind going into that? Because it's...
So, yeah, that's good because it transitions well from the whole angel dust, comeuppance and all that, whatever. I mean, he always did very well, Tracy, and took very, very good care of me and my mother.
And I just want to point out, these aren't necessarily, like, there's really a lot of redeeming qualities about these men.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, you didn't have an abusive childhood.
Not at all.
They were just products of their environment and the historical accident of being born black in America, you know, pre-civil rights, and it just was what it was.
That's right.
And they probably did the best they could. And Black June killed a lot of in Vietnam too. So you guys got PTSD.
That's right.
Nobody got counseling back then.
Nope.
There was no therapy. There was no breath work.
Nope.
There was no veganism.
Nope.
There's none of that.
Nope.
So this takes a toll on the human body. And mind. Yes.
And spirit.
That's right. So please tell us, tell us the gory details of how a lot of these guys met their end.
So Tracy, the PCP situation, he's doing well with that, whatever. Now, and since we're in this space, let me put this, you asked something about the opportunity within that business. Guys like Nicky and the guys who had paper, former addicts who could tolerate that. That heroin addiction. Heroin does something to you on a chemical level that if it doesn't kill you, it certainly makes you a degree stronger. And your tolerance for things is much, much higher than a person who'd never had that experience. Right. And so Nicky and them and that level of guy had popularized, smoking angel dust. And the young girls that they kept around them, hung out with them. I'm talking about they're 30-something and the girl is 17, 18, you know, fast and fine as all hell. Yeah. And fine back then was something because there were no surgeries and all that. So when these girls had, you know, the average girl in the neighborhood didn't have this big, fat, round ass. That was a rarity. They might have nice shapes, but these bulbous behinds that all these women are paying for and dying for, whatever have you, and guys are chasing, whatever have you. Like, there was a rarity. So if you were one of the girls that had that, then these guys were all over you. Buy your cars, all kind of jewelry, your clothes. You were a trophy to have, right? So those young girls, they would be around these guys and they'd be driving their cars and they'd have all this money, whatever. And of course, they have their male contemporaries, guys who were their age, who were like, oh, wow, you know, and they're into them and they're, and, you know, they're giving them the money that these guys are giving them. And they're also introducing them to the things these guys are doing, like smoking dust, right? And so that clientele is growing. Right? So if you're Nikki and you got, you know, say Shameka, who was a well-known young lady in the streets back then, whatever, and she's hanging out with you, she's fly, she's super desirable by the guys her age, whatever have you, and so they want to be around her, and she's hanging with him, and he's smoking dust, whatever. So she brings the smoking and dust and the sniffing cocaine and all the fly that those guys do to these guys, right? And then these guys, you know, are at a certain level. If they've got her attention and she's got their attention, the guys that are her age that she's given her time and influence to, they are influential within their space. So the guys their age and younger than them are being influenced by them. So if they're smoking dust and whatever, so these guys want to do what they're doing, and that's how that grew, right? So now this environment is happening. Tracy's doing this thing. Tracy and his girlfriend, she's a lovely lady. I'm sorry I can't remember her name anymore, but she was very kind to me, very nice lady. And which, in contrast to my mother was not kind and nice. She was good and she was, you know, beneficent, but she was mean as hell, right? She could be kind, but it was intermittent, you know? And so, but she took care of everybody. Like, that was for sure. You were taken care of. Provider, for sure. So Tracy and his lady, they go make a move. They go to Philadelphia. I don't know whether this is somebody dealt with before or not. And I don't know whether his girlfriend went with him often or not. But it's a couple hours ride. Go out there. Maybe he says, you know, come with me, or we can go somewhere else after the fact, or whatever. Maybe they went somewhere before the fact. Maybe went to Atlantic City first, whatever. But for some reason, she was with him. They go to the hotel to do the deal, whatever. And then the guys he was purchasing from, they flipped on him, and they killed him. It's in Philly. They flipped on him. They put him in the closet. They robbed him, put him in the closet in the hotel room. And before leaving the hotel room, they shoot the closet door. So it's like, you die, you don't. You know, type of thing. And they both died. Yeah. So that's how Tracy died, which is a very unlikely outcome for someone like him, because he wasn't a person who relied heavily on violence like a lot of the other men who raised me. Right. So you wouldn't think. But
and that was hard on you.
Oh, it was extremely. You know, this is my father, this is my dad, you know what I mean? And so,
now,
Junior, Black June, my mom had already killed Black June.
At this point?
She had already killed Black June.
Can you tell us about Black June real quick?
All right, so Black June was my mother's third husband. First was my sister's father, Walter, then Tracy Hodges, then Black June, that I know of, right? Because like I said, whatever you didn't see, you didn't know. So Black June. Now, Black June was from Harlem, very hardcore. Black June was brought into the underworld space by an older dude, either Greek or Italian dude named Pete, little short guy, Pete Grocer. Pete had a grocery store on 115th Street, 7th Avenue. June used to work in there, right? And June was always stocky, big young guy.
Yeah.
So whenever Pete needed somebody tuned up, he might send June to do it.
Right.
June worked in the market. I learned these things from my mother's best friend who grew up with her from second grade. It was like Mama Barbara. And she told me about these guys, right? Long after my mom was gone. Otherwise, it would never come up. So June grew up in that, and then early on, he went to Vietnam.
Right.
And went to Vietnam and, was a prolific killer.
Right.
Of course, maybe that had something to do with the, using the heroin like a lot of people did. A lot of people came home from Vietnam, heroin addicts, And so, he came home, he was an addict or whatever. And then at some point, he gets himself together or whatever. I don't know if June's business acumen was tremendous or not. I think, he was more so just an enforcer type, because that's what I learned from him. I learned enforcement from him. I learned business from my mother.
Right.
She handled, but when it came to, going and making sure somebody understood that they needed to pay their bill or whatever, Black June coming, Now, if Vivian happened to be there, then you're just in double trouble.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because she's going to participate.
Vivian was your mother.
Yeah. Right. So at some point they start, rocking together. They made a lot of money together.
Yeah.
And he was younger than my mother. Right. Wow. So at some point, he starts messing with some lady. I can imagine it was probably pretty damn hard to deal with my mother,
Very true.
At some point, he starts dealing with a woman who was more like a lady.
Right.
Right. And, that woman, this guy, he decides he's going to go and leave my mother and go get with this woman. So he takes like $500,000 of their money.
Wow.
And he is in the front of our building on the Grand Concourse, which we had moved to when I was shortly after my best friend got killed.
Right.
He was like 9.
This is in the Bronx you're living?
So now we're in the Bronx, the Grand Concourse, a few blocks away from Yankee Stadium, which, back then was like a very nice place to live.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's working class, which, she taught me to blend in with working class people. No matter how much money you make, blend in with working class people.
Right.
That way you having this, that, or the other doesn't look odd. There's working class people, they have nice things, whatever have you, and you won't stand out. And that worked for me,
right.
When I could buy a $1 million house, I didn't. When I could buy a $500,000 car or a $250,000 car, I didn't. I thought I would when I got older, but when I got older, I had learned enough to, and I gained enough understanding around the things she was telling me that I understood why you don't do these things. And I'm seeing why you don't do these things. I'm seeing guys get jammed behind this. I'm like, yeah, I'm cool. So anyway, we're on the concourse, and he's trying to leave her. And he's in this car that he bought this woman that he's going to leave her for. And she's standing there holding the pearl handle nickel-plated .38 special snub nose that he had bought her for her birthday that she had already shot him with once before.
Well, no wonder he wanted to leave.
Yeah. They locked him up for that when he got shot.
Wow. Because
he wouldn't tell them who did it. He was on parole. They wouldn't tell them who did it. And they know, well, you're not going to tell us who did it. We know they're going to end up dead somewhere.
Right.
So they locked him up to keep him from killing whoever did it, not knowing it was his wife. I used to go visit him. We would go visit him in jail or whatever. And super talented guy, too. He used to do these wood carving pictures, these giant wood carving pictures, like glazed and finished and everything, with birthstones in the eyes. And he did one of her sign, Sagittarius, and his sign, Pisces.
Wow.
And he used to send home a lot of woodworked, this big jewelry box with velvet lining and different, super talented.
Oh, he made that in the joint?
Yeah, he made it in the joint.
Oh, wow.
Right. So this night, he's about, he's thinking he's going to pull off, whatever, and she's standing in front of the car, and she's like, June, get out the car. And he's like, move out the way, V. He said, June, get out the car. Move out the way, V. And she said, June, get out that car. And he didn't get out the car, and she shot him 6 times through the windshield. Killed him.
Did she take the money?
Oh, of course. But she didn't go to jail.
Right.
They arrested her that night, and she was complete, because she loved him, you know.
Yeah.
She was completely, this is Barbara explaining to me what happened. She gets the call from my cousin Bootsy, who is my mother's sister. I can't remember her name, my aunt. She's named after my grandmother. My great grandma, my grandmother's grandmother. It'll come to me. And so Bootsy, who was one of my first cousins, who was also on heroin, right? And she calls Barbara and tells Barbara, V just killed June. So they had her at the tombs. So Barbara said she went to go meet her at the tombs, and you know, they let her see her briefly, and she was completely frazzled. You know, she just killed her husband.
Yeah.
You know, and then after that, she had, like, Barbara's described it as like a semi-nervous breakdown, and you know, I assumed that it was genuine.
Yeah.
I assumed it was genuine and not a ploy. You know what I mean? But you never know.
You never know.
She was a smart and tough woman.
So how did she ended up beating that case?
So she sat in the hospital for a month, and then she went to trial at the Supreme Court on 161st and Arkansas, which is just 3 blocks away from where she killed him. And the judge told her that she had done a public service and let her go.
Times have changed.
Did a public service. That's how bad his reputation was. That's how violent, known for violence he was.
Wow.
This is a man who would hold bars hostage so he could drink.
Right.
Nobody leaves.
Right.
Nobody leaves.
Right.
You better not leave. They kill you.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, my mother would have knockdown, drag out, like barroom brawls. And she would come in, they'd call, hey, Vivian, June's acting up. You got to get him. You got to come down and get him. He won't let anybody leave the bar. And she'll come down there because he'd get drunk. And man, I mean, with me, when he got drunk, he'd come in, it'd be 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and he'd wake me up. Yeah, come here. And I come out of my bedroom, walk through the den, through the hall, into the dining room, sit down. Florence is my aunt's name. My great-grandmother's Florence. So Bootsy's mom's name was Florence. So he'd sit down and he'd take out a brown paper bag and he'd pour money on the table. He said, count that. And, you know, I'd start counting or whatever. And my mother walked by and she'd look. She didn't say nothing. She'd go in the kitchen, make a cup of coffee. And she'd be sitting in the kitchen. And I'd be sitting there counting. And it's street money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're talking about 5s and 10s and singles and stuff like that, whatever. And I'd get to about maybe $300, you know, and you'd be sitting there for 15 minutes or whatever. And I'm like 8, 9 years old, and it is like, you know, 2 o'clock on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Like, okay, Joan, he's had enough of, you know.
And then, but that was bonding.
Yeah, but that was bonding. Man.
So these are guys, people that were inevitably going to meet their demise.
Oh, no doubt.
One way or another.
One way or the other. It wasn't cirrhosis of the liver, you know what I mean? Or damn. He didn't drive. He didn't drive well. They had, because both of them drank so much that they had a driver. They used to have one of the checker cabs, you know, the big, thick cabs with the jump seats and all that, whatever. Back in the days, they had a driver. They had a black one. They had a guy, their driver, who drove him around, whatever. But yeah, so these aren't lifestyles that you can, you know, grow old in.
No.
Not the way they were living. These were hardcore people with some deep-seated situations. I mean, that's what all the drinking and the drugging and all that was about. Like, they grew up in a world where people, you know, who weren't black didn't pretend like they had any regard or respect, you know, for black people. So the racism was blatant. Yeah. You know what I mean? Harlem was that one place where you didn't have to deal with that. Like, people didn't come above 110th Street. If they did, they came to cop and get the on.
Right.
You know? Like that, so
how did okay, so Black June is gone. What about the guy that jumped off the roof?
Bernard.
Oh, this was really nuts.
Yeah,
Can you tell us about that?
Now, Bernard came after Vincent,
Okay.
my father, my actual biological father.
So
So Vincent, my father, who grew up in my neighborhood with my mother, they're born in 115th Street like me. My father had 20 siblings from his mother and father. And of all of them, he was the worst of the worst. He wasn't the oldest, but he was the toughest and the meanest. Yeah. He once chased my Uncle Michael out of New York. He moved to California and didn't come back until after my father was dead because my father didn't want to go to the store for my grandmother. That's the story was told to me. So he chased him up 15th Street with a machine gun. All right. He was known to be very wild, very violent, very crazy, very volatile, very unpredictable. Yeah. So you can imagine the scrambled eggs of DNA I have. Right. So he had just come out of prison, maybe a couple of months before Tracy's death. Uh-huh. Now, I grew up knowing his sisters and his brothers and their children, my cousins, as my aunts, uncles, and cousins, whatever. Right. But had no idea that he was my father. And I had so much family that I didn't ask, well, what are the logistics here? Who's married to who?
It's so convoluted. There's so many people, and nobody thought to tell you. But they would have been going against Vivian. Vivian didn't want you to know who your real father was.
So everybody knew me.
Wow.
Right? So when I come home from Tracy's funeral, and I'm sitting in the window, sitting on the, what they call the heater. Forgot the thing that sits in front of the windows in like hood apartments, with old apartments back in the days. The radiator. So I'm sitting on the radiator, I'm looking out the window, and I'm just like, crying. And my mother comes in, she said, "What's wrong?" We just came from burying my father. I have no father. She goes, "Oh, yes, you do." And I'm like, "What the are you talking about?" And she goes, "Vincent's your father." I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, he's on his way." Everybody was like, "Oh, finally." My sister was like, "I've been wanting to tell you forever."
Wow.
But nobody, you knew better than to go against Vivian.
So she said, "You know what? You're old enough now. You're a man. You're 9, 10 years old. Mm-hmm. So it's time to know."
So no, I was 12.
Okay.
I was almost 12. I was going on 12.
Yeah.
Right? So when Tracy died, I was 11. And this was summertime, so I would be turning 12 that year. I remember because I know that my father was only around for 2 years before he got murdered. I was 14 when he got murdered. And so he was back in the streets. He was always known as a heavy-handed dude. A lot of guys will say that he was a bully. And he was dangerous. He wasn't just a push around bully. He was a blow your brains out bully.
Yeah.
Do what I say, or give me what I want, or you're gonna die. And I'll probably not even remember. Think about it later. You know what I'm saying? It's like I won't be sitting around going, "Oh, I wonder if I should have killed that guy." No, type of guy, right? Wow. And I was just talking to Tom Frost about him. He recently found out after a friend of ours had died, an old gentleman named Buck. Had passed away, and we were talking, and Buck was telling him how he was upset with me because I hadn't followed up with some video that I shot with him, whatever have you. And so, Tom was like, "So how'd you know him, whatever?" And I was like, I've known Buck since I was a kid, whatever, but he called me to come and video him or talk to him because he said he had some information about my father. I didn't even know he knew him. I had known Buck since I was like 16. Wow. So that's when Tom told me, "Your father? Who's your father?" "Oh, Vincent. Vincent." I was like, "Oh, I remember him. Big head Vincent, real bully, dangerous, crazy."
No way.
Tom knows everybody.
That.
Pop Frost knows everybody. He knows about everybody.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Shout out to Uncle Frost.
Wow.
But so yeah,
and how many times had you met him before he died? Like he came over
when I was a kid, little kid. I mean, I used to see him pretty frequently. It was Vincent, mother's friend Vincent. I didn't know he was my father.
Wow.
So when I was about 4 years old, he let me hold he put a gun in my hand, right? And he put his hands over it, and he let me shoot it out the window of our 5th floor apartment, right? And, that's kind of, he was on, so I knew him. I didn't know he was my father.
Right.
And then, then he went to prison. And then when he came home, this is around this time, when Tracy's buried, got buried. So, we spending, like, he's trying to get his feet back, in the ground, on the ground, in the game and whatever. And his guys are the guys, his guys are the most powerful, most dangerous. You got, everybody, but, Tito Johnson was his man. Right? Tito Johnson was a guy who was with Nicky. Tito Johnson is a very nefarious character. Smart, dangerous, charismatic, handsome guy, ladies' man, and hardcore. Very dangerous. Hardcore. But not like my father, you might see, this is dangerous, right? Like when he walked in the room, like, yo, is he coming over here? Is he walking over here? But Tito, unless you knew, you might not be that way. You know what I mean? And by the time you realize it, he's wrapped around you like a serpent, and, putting a crush on you. You know what I mean? And that was his guy. These are the kind of, guys that he dealt with. In Nicky Barnes's book, Mr. Untouchable, he writes about how my father wasn't doing so well, and his man, I think his name was Stan, and he had got a hold of a package, and then he brought it to my dad and was like, let's rock this together, whatever, and they go through the package, and they get the money, whatever, and they count the money, finish counting the money. My father takes out his pistol, shoots Stan in the head, and takes the money and leaves.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and he kind of, my mother told me about him, he's kind of always been this way.
Yeah.
He's kind of always just been mean and violent.
Kind of living to die.
Yeah. He's kind of always been that way. So
so how did
we hung out, we did different things, whatever, took me to WWF and shit like that, whatever. Me, him, my cousin, Lenny, and my grandfather, stuff like that. And so he goes out one day, he leaves his house one day, and he doesn't have his pistol. He can't find his pistol. And so, he leaves without it. And he gets in his Riviera. He got a green Riviera. He loved the Rivieras. He got in his green Riviera, and he drives into the city, and he goes to this spot and meets with Tito and a couple other people, whatever. And him and Tito get into something, and then he leaves. And when he's leaving, he's getting in the passenger side of his car, and there's a young woman driving. And when he opens the door, goes to get in, somebody runs out of the bar apparently and shoots him in the back of the head one time, and from what I was told, ran back in the bar.
Yeah.
And then he falls halfway in, halfway out the car, whatever, and the girl pulls off, right? So that's how he dies.
And you said in the book that you believed that the woman that he was with was actually
his wife.
His wife was actually sneaking around with one of his rivals.
Yeah, a guy.
Right?
I forget this guy's name now. Because, part of the cathartic process is letting things go. So as much detail as I recalled and much detail as I learned and then imported into the book, once it was out of me, and there's a lot of stuff, as thick as the book is, there's a lot of stuff that I removed, because once it was out of me and sat in the manuscript for a while, once I started thinking about the book as a structured piece, I was able to remove a bunch of that stuff, and try to, make the book more cohesive and less convoluted with all these other peripheral things, right? Of course. And so that people could take away something from it, which was the whole point and purpose. I was intent upon not writing something that was just a regurgitation of, a whole bunch of hyperbolic bull from the streets and the hoods, whatever. If I couldn't import something that was of actual value that people could grow from and learn from and be better from, then it wasn't worth writing, or publishing. So, Hazel, she was very unkind, selfish, superficial woman. My sister, my father's other children. I have a brother who's like a year older than me, Malik, and a younger sister. And so she says that Hazel's gotten nicer in old age, or whatever, but she's gone through enough to get nicer. You know what I mean? But back then she was not nice. She was a nasty bitch, really was. And she was a sneaky.
Right.
And she was dealing with a guy while my pops was a day away that he did not with at all. And when he came home, he had to break up with her and go on about his goddamn business because this guy comes home. I mean, he's gonna kill everybody. So you know what I mean? I gotta go type of shit. So there was that. So
she thought maybe she helped set him up to get killed.
I was given that indication by one of my aunt's husbands who used to run with my dad at a period.
Right.
So they were close.
Right.
And so he told me that at a point. And so that was something, he gave me those conditions and so forth for me to surmise what I might surmise based upon that information or whatever. He didn't overtly say, that's what he thinks happened, whatever, but it's like, these different things, contribute to one potential scenario, right? But, I would later, much later learn, because people knew, but, these are older people from that generation and, like, as we said early on, like, you didn't talk about things. If you knew, you knew. You act like you didn't,
Right. Yeah.
So, I would be in, not much older than I am now. I mean, younger than I am right now, before I found out exactly who had done what.
Wow.
But I was so far beyond the retribution mind and all that kind of. Like the day I found out, it was quite dramatic, as you read in the book. It was quite dramatic, and it was By 14, I was already been a couple of years of carrying 2 guns every day and all that type of. Like I said, my father put the first gun in my hand, but my mother, she's the one that taught me, shoot from the hip and shoot to your pocket and all that kind of. Like she's the one that taught me how you do.
She taught you how to shoot through the pocket.
Yeah.
So you don't have to pull it out. They don't even see it.
That way, from a block away, can't say, I saw him. He's standing there like this.
Right.
See, that's for movies.
Right.
So when I looked back at all of the, like she had raised me on like different types of books like Mein Kampf and, The Prince. And these books are kind of like standard in mob families.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like anybody who really comes from it, they'll tell you that they read The Prince when they were a kid.
Right.
Okay?
There's no morals. This is exactly, it just is what it is, and this is how you move up.
Right.
In this highly political, backstabbing structure.
That's right.
Wow.
And all the gangster books. Like I had a bunch of books about the entire history of gangsterism, the mob, and all that.
Right.
So as a little kid, I knew about VladTV and the Teamsters and all of the history. I had this big hardcover book with all the pictures of St. Valentine's Day Massacre and all that. Whatever. I knew about all this stuff at 9 and 10, 11 years old. So
but you were never told.
I was a very strange kid.
Yeah.
As a kid.
You were never told like killing is wrong or drugs are. Obviously, you saw drugs were bad, but you were like, no, this is how we eat. This isn't wrong.
It was what it was.
Yeah.
Right. So no, there was none of that. There was no moralizing.
Right.
There's no moralizing. What you didn't do is you didn't cheat, you didn't steal, right? And you didn't covet, and you didn't betray, because these things would get you murdered.
Right.
So you be smart, and you don't do those things.
Right. That's a survival reason.
Right.
It has nothing to do with morals.
Nothing to do with morals or ethics. It's this is how you stay alive. This is how you make yourself not a target for death.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I learned after I got out the game that in contrast to normal people, we were far more ethical within our world than normal people are within theirs. I did not know that. I grew up thinking that squares followed all the rules and did the right thing because that's what the square world dictated that you do. I had no idea that they were some of the lowest, lyingest, cheatingest, non-ethical people ever. And it was, and at a point, and I was 30 years old when I retired. So I'm learning this at 32, 33 years old. I'm learning that they're like this. That wasn't my perspective of the square world. I used to say things like, I'm so glad I'm not in the streets no more, man. I got to hurt nobody, punching nobody in the face and like that, whatever. I really believed that. I really thought I would not have conflict. You know what I mean? Because I viewed their world from the insulation of my world as being so rigid and structured and like that in terms of like, you know, just behavior. It seemed like they didn't do much of anything, but it was really about the people that I was around. It was about the people I was around. Like in my lifestyle, the people I was around were in high-end restaurants, high-end clothiers. So the kinds of squares that I spent any significant time around, the kids in music and art, right? That was my perspective. My perspective was based upon those interactions, you know? So that's what I thought squaredom was. I thought it was that.
So you're 14, now we're coming into the 80s. Basically, most of the heroin generation, some of them are still around, but a lot of them are gone. A lot of them are dead. A lot of these older men and some of your friends are gone. So how do you first get in the game? You don't actually sell heroin as a youth in the boom, right? Like we're already into cocaine.
I started with cocaine by way of my best friend's mom, my best friend Edgar.
How old are you now?
13.
Okay. So 79, 80.
Yes.
80, 81 maybe.
No, 79, 80.
Okay.
Already sniffing, already hanging out and drinking, cooking. Yeah, I mean, I'm living an adult life. I have adult liberties and freedoms. You know what I mean? My girlfriend is 18. I'm 13. My girl's 18. Right. Because no 13-year-old girl can hang out with me or go where I go or is inclined to do what I do. Thank goodness. Right. So
and everybody's sniffing. There's no stigma yet around cocaine use. Literally none.
Yeah, it's like it's elite. Yeah. You know, I always tell people for context, if you go into a club and you buy 4 or 5 bottles of champagne, whatever connotation is attached to that, transfer that to cocaine. Right. Back then. Take out some cocaine, it's like, oh, he's got coke. Right.
He's a baller.
Yeah.
Right. You'd attract women over to your table.
Oh, yeah. Right. And dudes, because they know the girls are coming. Yeah. You know what I mean? Exactly. So it was that kind of thing. Right. So Edgar's mom was dating a Colombian dude, older Colombian dude. She, former heroin addict, like Edgar's dad, former heroin addict. She was a numbers lady. She was the numbers woman. She had a number hole on 170th Street in the Bronx, which was a hot strip back in the days from the drug dealing thing, right? Heroin. And so this Colombian dude wants to marry her. And, you know, he's giving her, you know, 'cause cocaine has this big deal thing, so he's giving her coke. So give her an ounce, give her 2 ounces, give her 3 ounces. Next thing you know, he's giving like eighths at a time. Now, at this time, an eighth, 125 grams is like, you know, several $1,000s.
Yeah, easily.
Right? During this time, a key is $60,000.
Yeah. It's very scarce.
Right.
Still, because it's so expensive. Right. It's unaffordable to most people. Yeah.
So a key is $60,000. He's giving her a quarter keys. Yeah. You party. You have fun. That's what it's for.
You don't have to sell any of it. Just sell it, powder your nose.
Powder your nose.
Right.
You know? And so we're hanging out, you know, we're kicking it and like that. And, you know, I'm in the club scene and like that. So she's like, man, y'all need to tell me, Edgar, y'all need to take some of this shit, get some money, you know? Right. Get some money. Now, I'm a spoiled drug dealer's kid. Right. I don't need for nothing. Right. Now, a little prior to this, maybe a year or so prior to this, my childhood friend, also a very close friend, Dougie, he lives in the building and not in the concourse, and he's one of those kids who comes from a family that's struggling. He's got like 8 siblings. It's just his mom, right? Yeah. And so this guy got to go out and do something for his daily bread.
Right.
So, he goes to the off-ramp in Mount Eden off of the, the Cross Bronx. And it's at Jerome Avenue, about maybe 10 minutes from Yankee Stadium. This inlet comes in from the the George Washington Bridge. So when the Yankee games are on, people coming from Jersey coming off this ramp, and they go, down the street. So this off-ramp has a lot of traffic during Yankee games. So he would go over there and he would wash windows with the squeegee and all that, whatever. And this was when little kids did it only. Right. Just little kids.
Yeah.
There were adults who were doing this, whatever. Right. Just little kids. So I go with him one day, and, I'm always, fresh, brand new sneakers, brand new clothes, whatever. And he's out there and he's doing it. He's jumping on the hood of these cars. I'm like, ew, that's crazy. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Gross. Yeah. Poverty.
Right?
Yuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, I'm watching him and, he's making his little money or whatever. But I'm probably standing with $200-300 in my pocket.
Yeah.
Right. So an older kid sees him and starts to stop him whenever, because not everybody wants their car washed, whatever. Right. So, somebody says they do, then he'll try to rush Doug away, push him away. He'd take it. So I was like, I'm not going for that. And I'm aggressive for some reason. I'm aggressive. Yeah. I like to fight. I'm violent. You know what I mean? Right. So I'm like, let me get that. I'm gonna wash some windows. Because I want him to say something to me so I can beat him half to death with this squeegee.
Right.
Which he would never expect, because I'm 12 and he's probably 16, something like that. You know what I mean? And I didn't, grow to be, 6 feet tall until I was 17 years old. You know what I mean? Prior to that, I'm 5'4", something like that. I'm not a big kid. I'm just really strong, but not big. So, I'm out there doing a little window thing, whatever, and the dude comes to say something to me, and I say, you take that car. And he goes, okay. And he goes to take that car. Now that car is behind the car that I'm at, right? And that car can't move until I get off the hood. Why am I in the hood? Well, that's what I saw as a little kid.
Right. Serving heroin through the window.
That's what I saw. So it's like, these are my trainings.
Right.
So I can only apply what I know. So I jump on the hood. What you gonna do? You gonna drive away with a kid on your hood? Here, get the car.
Right. It's like extortion.
Right. So while I'm doing that, and they're easing up the ramp to the light, there's other cars coming up. Yo, you get that one. Hold that up. You get the one behind it. Hold that up. So these are my trainings now kicking in.
So you're running a crew already.
I'm running a crew.
Right. So how did this turn into coke?
So
Edgar.
I am doing this with Dougie on game days.
Yeah.
And on Sunday, this is my first time making my own money.
Right.
I like this.
Felt good.
I like this. Getting my own money. It ain't nothing compared to the money they just give me, but I like it.
Right.
Sunday morning, he's like, yo, I'm going to go through my newspapers. So you want to come do my newspaper? Yeah, cool. So, his window and my window are across the courtyard from one another, with third floor, whatever. So his bedroom, my bedroom across. So, yo. And he called me, and, we get up. It's like 5:30 in the morning. We go over to 161st Street, and that's where the newsstand is, whatever. And we sit like chicken hawks and wait for the guy to throw the Sunday newspapers, which was like this thick. Yeah. Right? Throw them off the truck in these bundles. You throw them off the truck. If we're able to get to that before the guy who works in the store comes out and grabs it, we got free money. So we're going to, because the paper itself was like $1. Yeah. And we would sell them for $2 or $2.50, but the average person would give us $3-4, because kids, and money goes a lot further, and so people were more free in giving with it, working class people. Whenever we couldn't get it, we would just pay for the paper, whatever, then go sell them. But so we go to the buildings, and we go inside the buildings, and we're selling the paper, whatever, and I see some other kid in the building selling paper. Then we go to another building in the neighborhood, and these are buildings like right around us.
Yeah.
Our building had 100 and something apartments in it.
Yeah.
Huge building.
These are enormous Bronx
buildings.
buildings.
Right?
Yeah.
So I go into a couple of buildings with them, whatever, and I see other kids and they're selling papers, whatever, and who knows how long they've been doing it, who knows how long they've been, this person, particularly people that they're going to have been buying the paper. I don't care about none of that. You don't sell in this building anymore.
Mm-hmm.
This is our building. And I take over the buildings in our immediate space, right? And this is just, to me, this just makes sense for some reason. So that becomes the thing. So now, we get a year later, whatever, and, Edgar's mom comes into contact with this Colombian guy, whatever, and I'm a kid that is in the clubs and like that, whatever. So it's like, I sniff, and I know people who sniff, obviously. So get some coke, start going around, going to clubs and selling coke and like that. And it just grows from there. So first, Dougie introduces me to getting my own money. The seed for all the things I do and the way that I get this money have already been planted in everything that has come into my life up to this point.
Literally been trained since you were an infant.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the drugs come in very casually and unofficially, like, hey, you sniff a little, sell a little, you know, and then my mother sees me and she's like, "What, you got some coke?" And they're like, "Yeah, I got some coke. I got it from Candy." That was Edgar's mom's like, "I got it from Candy." And she's like, "Well, you know what you're doing. You know how to, cut it and all that, whatever. I was selling pure."
Right.
He said, "You know how to cut it and all that, whatever." I said, "No, you can make some money. Just go get you some lactose. And, you take, say you got 7 grams here. Take that 7 grams and put, say, 14 grams on it." The coke was very, very good. You could put a 2 on it.
Wow. Okay.
And so 7 grams turns into 21 grams. Right?
Wow.
And a gram is $100.
Yeah.
So
there you go, 2,100 right there.
And I only, paid like she wasn't charging us nothing for it. So I probably went and gave her like $200, $300.
Wow.
Thank you, Candy.
Right. Yeah.
Well, here's some more. Yeah, take some more.
Right. Because she's getting the blow for free.
Because
she's got the super plug.
Right.
Wow.
So, and she's telling me, she's like, keep Edgar with you, and because she knows where I come from.
Yeah.
They lived on the 6th floor, and we lived on the 3rd. You know what I mean? So she knows where I come from. She's in the street. She knew where I come from. So she knew I had the background and all that, whatever. And she knew that her son didn't. She knew her son was more so. He was super smart. Super smart. Like, you could walk down the street with Edgar and be like, "Yo, Edgar, how much is $3,400 plus 7,900 times that by 3?" And as you're saying it, he's answering it.
Wow.
Like drugs, though.
Like genius.
Yeah,
oh, really?
Like drugs. It's just like his mother and father, like drugs. Weed, then coke, then angel dust. Like that there, whatever. But yeah, that was how it.
The genesis
matriculated into
what it became.
Whatever.
Okay, so what was your goal? What was your goal with drugs? As a little kid, you saw the damage that drugs did to black people in your community, but of course, you get older and you get numb to that.
Yep.
So, what were your goals in the game when you first got into it?
To be the best that my family had produced, to at some point take the leadership position. And at a point, I was being groomed for that.
And when you say leadership position, you mean like where your mom was at, or even higher?
Higher.
Okay.
Higher.
So
if what happened with my uncle hadn't happened with him, then I would have eventually taken position where he was.
Getting it from the either Italians or
he would have put me. I mean, he was such a proficient guy mentally that I couldn't see him actually stepping all the way back until he was probably 75 or something like that. But I would have been plugged into the people, and I would have been managing, and I would have just come to see him in Long Island, and and dropped his bag off or whatever, and told him what's going on, and he counseled me, whatever. Yeah, that's just how it is.
So you just would have been pure wholesale.
Yeah. Or running things like he did. Like, he had crews all over the place.
Yeah.
I was just one.
Yeah.
I was just one.
What happened to your uncle? This is Butch?
Yeah. He got picked up. lynch mob leader, Leon, Fat Leon, he gets popped and tells on everybody, including my uncle, whom he had never met, which is why he's still sitting in prison, because he claimed he had. He claimed he had been given some directives from him to dispatch some individuals, but he hadn't. He had never spoken to him, and that got his 501k torn up. But he had a deal. He had a deal.
Right.
But he's the one. I mean, of course, the feds have known about my uncle forever and ever, but they couldn't get anywhere near him. And then Leon said, "Oh yeah. I dealt with Butch Cassidy, and he told me to do this, that, and the other, whatever." And then they found out that he lied.
So he had to go back to prison, even though
he didn't
snitched.
get out.
Right.
That blew his deal.
So
and who knows if there's anything else he lied about, but he lied about that. And his lying is what got his deal torn up.
I see.
So he sits in prison for the rest of his days with that jacket.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
so they arrested my uncle.
Right.
He knew for a year that they were coming, because as soon as they found out that they were telling, that Leon was telling, his lawyer told him immediately. So he knew for a year that they were coming, you know. And when they came, they couldn't make the case that they wanted, so they hit him with the tax evasion, and took several million, and he did like 7 years.
But
then he came home.
Did him going to prison up the plug, though?
Him going to prison,
like, how did that screw things up for your ascendancy in the heroin game?
It caused us to have to disband, because obviously they were looking for me.
But he didn't give somebody in your family his connect, knowing he was going to go away?
No. Because I don't think that he thought he was going to go away. I mean, this is a very, very intelligent man. This is a very educated man. This man has a degree in law, from the street, not, from going to prison and becoming a, prison, what they call it, jailhouse lawyer. He has a law degree from being in the street. He was a super kingpin at the point at which he got a law degree, and a degree in psychology, and a degree in business, and a degree in sociology. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't have the common level concerns that people with far less information and education would commonly have with those types of situations. So he, in his mind at least, had, in my opinion, an idea that, even the worst case scenario, he's still going to be able to do what he needs to do. You know what I mean? To be able to, put us in contact with whoever needs to be gotten in contact with in order for us to be able to facilitate things, that wouldn't be, that's not a long shot at all.
But
you know what I mean?
But it sounds like he didn't do that.
But he didn't. He didn't do that because once he got in there, he learned the kinds of things that you can only learn from that side of it. No matter how many people you've dealt with who have had these sort of situations that has conveyed information about these situations to you, until you get on the other side of that and really see the subtle nuances that just don't get communicated, you don't really know what it is you're contending with.
Right.
When he got in there, he realized what he's contending with. And one of the things that he said in a conversation that we had shortly after he got arrested, right? So when he gets arrested, I get a call. I was in my home in Virginia Beach. I had just moved there maybe 3 months before. And nobody knew I was there. Nobody knew I'd left Jersey. And nobody knew where I lived in Jersey. So once I moved from Jersey to Virginia Beach, nobody had any idea that I had even done that, as far as anybody's concerned. I was still in Virginia Beach, in Jersey, including him. No one knew, right? My mother, she knew. No one else, right? And so I'm out there with my younger cousin, L.A., and, I'm trying to get him together or whatever. So I was like, come on out here, kick it with me for a few days, whatever, and we chill out. So we go to this club called Picasso's, which was very popular in Virginia Beach back in the days. And we're getting on our way back to the crib. It's about, the sun is up, because I always been a guy who partied till the sun came up. Like, that was a regular, And so we're at the gas station, and I get a page on my pager. So I see the code, it's my uncle's code, 777, and I see 911. And there was a rule within our family, you don't put 911 as a code in the pager under no circumstance, right? And so when I seen that, I was like, all right, something's really not right. He would never do that.
All right.
So I call, and it's my cousin, his son. It's Mark, and Mark says, oh, yo, they got him. So I'm like, they got him. So there was a thing going on with the individuals whom Leon had claimed he was told to, tap on and push a button on or whatever. There was a thing going on actively at that time with these individuals. So when he said they got him, I was like, the little kids got him? What are you talking about? He said, no, the people. And everything dropped. Like my whole insides fell. Because the thing I had always knew could happen, I'd been apprised of that since I was a child. This could happen, And as a child, I created, in my mind, the contingencies that needed to be put in place in order for me to be prepared for that, potentiality.
But up until this point, I just want to point out for everybody, nobody in your family, all of these drug dealers, nobody ever did a bid. Nobody ever got locked up.
Nobody got, not for no drugs.
Yeah, not for drugs.
Violence,
right?
Guns and violence.
Yeah, which is right. It's mostly. Yeah.
And nobody did no major time, no shit like that.
Right.
So my mother didn't do any time.
Never.
You know what I mean? And
so this was a big deal. Your uncle.
June was just one of her victims. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's in my reality, being in the street and operating at that level was not synonymous with you're going to go to jail.
Right.
I had no reason to think that if I did everything that I was supposed to do according to the rules and guidelines of this lifestyle, that I would be going to jail.
It wasn't a foregone conclusion like most criminals and most drug crews. They know that if they play this game long enough, they're going to go down.
Right.
You guys didn't operate with that kind of thinking because there was no need to up until that point.
That's right. So I thought that when the first time I heard a guy say something, I was about 19 years old, I heard a guy say something that was basically, I know I'm going to die or go to jail. I was like, wait, you sound like you believe that there's no way you can end up any other way but in prison or dead. And he's like, yeah. I was like, I would never have started doing this if I thought that.
Right.
I would never have done that.
Because then it's a suicide mission.
Right. Like, what? I'm not doing that. I would never do that.
Right.
I believe that if I did what I was supposed to do, the way I was supposed to do it, that I would be fine.
Right.
Right? And I was.
So I guess when your uncle got locked up, though, you had already been in the game for so many years.
Yeah, this was 1995. I was in the game for 15 years.
So then why did you not join the heroin that was going on? Since if your uncle was Butch Cassidy, why did you not get
initially?
Down? Yes, initially.
Because I wasn't even really thinking about it.
Right.
At 13, I'm a kid with a good life. Yeah. Like, I wasn't thinking about it. Like, it's an inevitable, it's a foregone conclusion. I'm going to get in it, but I'm not thinking about it now. And nobody's saying, hey man, you got to start earning. Nobody's doing that. My mother, I'm not in the household where, my mother's going, you got to start contributing to the household, whatever. My mother never said that. She never said, you got to start paying rent she never said like that.
It's plenty of money.
Yeah, it's never said like that. Like,
okay, so
buying $600 silk. She bought me a $600 silk, set, we call leisure suit from AJ Lester. So I could go to one of my girlfriends who I met during the time I was doing newspapers, her high school prom. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like that's what it was. So I didn't have to, I didn't have to even think about it.
Right.
I didn't get into it because it wasn't the chic shit. Cocaine was the chic.
Of course.
And I'm a chic young dude.
Yeah.
Right.
But when you're an adolescent, you want to be cool.
Right. So I'm like, I'm not thinking about none of that.
Okay.
Now,
so let me ask you this. Sorry. So did you see as we're moving into 81, 82, you're going around to these black bars and hip places in Harlem and clubs where a lot of these old heroin kingpins are probably some of your customers and normal people and stuff.
And the people who work for them. And their neighbors and
chic people that in 81 that can afford $100 for some coke. So
it wasn't a lot of people. It was relatively few people just consistently.
Right. Now, when did you see the freebase start to come around?
I first was introduced to it when I started working in the shooting gallery, my family shooting gallery in my block in 15th Street. And I was 15 then, right?
Yeah.
So I'd already been selling coke for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And they had a shooting gallery. My family had a shooting gallery, which is a place where people came to buy and then use heroin right there at the place.
Right.
And the shooting gallery at the time was being run by a guy named T. T was an older black dude who was a spitting image for the Jerome character that Martin played on the show. Looked like him.
Wow.
Looked just like him. Only his voice wasn't so gravelly. His voice was like more nasally, you know, like people who use heroin tend to have, like because he was a heroin sniffer.
Right.
Right. And he was the person that introduced me to the pipe. Like this is back when the pipe was a pipe, a whole thing, the stack, the bowl, the stem, not just the stem that came around 85, 6 or so, whatever, right? So T was running the spot, right? He and his wife, they were living in my grandmother's apartment that I grew up in 235 West 115th Street. And as part of, you know, their pay, they got to live there for free. Right. And then you come down those 5 flights of stairs, go right across the street, literally right across the street. Yeah. And go into this abandoned building, 262. And on the second floor, there's this apartment set up with lights and gas and heat and everything. The building's abandoned.
Right. And so many buildings in Harlem were. Right. And then you just take over.
And just take it over.
Yeah.
Right. And so he had the pipes, the torches, and that was his little sideline thing. Right. My family did not with cocaine. Right. And except like it was a party favor. Right. Like everybody sniffed. Yeah. Nobody sold cocaine.
But not commercially.
Right. Everybody was on heroin. Yeah. That's where the money was at. And historically, that's where our wealth came from. So he, T, when I was brought in, I don't know whether they wanted to like phase him out or not, but they trained me to be dominant. So I realized later when I was able to look back at this stuff and be analytic about it through some degree of clinical understanding, social understanding, whatever, that they knew what I would do. It wasn't long before I pushed him out. Right. So what I would do, what he would have me do is sit there. All the customers were people that he had brought along. He was from Connecticut. All of his customers were white. And they were all kinds of like, one was a fireman, another was a pilot, another one was a Marine. Gary was a Marine. Then he had Treetop. He was about your height. And then you had this other guy, Danny, and his girl. Danny was a con man, super, super clean looking. Like you would buy anything from him. He's the kind of guy you would let in your house. You know what I mean? Super clean, grimy dope fiend. Right. You know?
And what is your function working at this shooting gallery?
I come in after I get out of school, which I went to school 135th in St. Nicholas Terrace, Music and Art. Yeah. So I get on the train, go 2 stops, 125th, 116th, get off 116th, walk down to 15th Street, walk in, go upstairs, you know, get to work, go across the street, sit up there from 4 until 12 every day, except Sundays, and just, you know.
Oh, you're pitching?
Yeah, I'm sitting there and I got my work or whatever, and they're sitting, they come in and, you know, I'm sitting there doing my homework and how many you want? And they get 2 bags, you know, and we're still, this is 81, 82. Yeah. We're like one of the few crews in all of Harlem that are still selling $50 quarters. Right. Nobody's selling $50 quarters.
Okay, so how had the heroin trade evolved to that point?
At this point, comparative to the time I came up in, it had all but disappeared. Contrary to what people believe, fentanyl is not at all new. Right. No. Fentanyl we introduced like every 8 to 10 years since I was a kid.
How so?
It's the holy grail. You can cut it 100 times. You can sit it open in the closet, come back a month later, and it's still kicking. Yeah. Oh, this is the yeah. And then several people would die, and then it would disappear. Right. Right. So during this period, this kind of thing was kind of happening. And at the same time, what was really at the foundation of how how the dope game had started to like break down. Unbeknownst to a lot of people at the higher end of things have been freebasing for 8-9 years now.
Oh, wow.
Right?
That long?
So, yes. Shout out to Gusto, the creator and owner of the rooftop skating rink, right? Roller Disco on 55th Street. So Gusto had a spot called 404 uptown, Cherry Hill. And this was like 74, 75. These guys, he was selling cooked Coke base. He was making $100,000 every 12 hours. Wow. Off of base.
Right.
That was the beginning of the end.
Wow. So by 82, all of these old heroin kingpins are now fiends. They're kind of addicts.
Yeah.
And, you know, Frank.
But who else are the guineas going to give dope to, though?
Right.
They trust these guys. They know these guys. These guys have taken pensions for them and all. Like, who are they going to trust?
Right.
So these still getting access. And today just start really blowing the bag. They're still getting access.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So,
so sorry, you're working this spot because this is a fascinating story that kind of shows you how Coke shoves heroin addicts out of the way and takes over. So you're working this shooting gallery. I'm sorry, we go down these roads because it's so fascinating.
Yeah.
So you're working this shooting gallery. Why are you doing your homework?
Because I got to do my homework.
That's very responsible. And I know your mom never told you to do it.
I mean, I understood what I was responsible for. It's like, okay, you're gonna do this, but you're gonna do this.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
you still have to be responsible.
You gotta be responsible. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting there, they would come in, they start, coming in and they cop and they'll sit there and they're talking and they're shooting and sometimes they might say, hey, Cavario, could you get me over here? Can you get me over here?
Wow.
And I'm like, that's $5, right? Okay. And
you would shoot them in the neck?
I go and I let them, they'll draw it up, what I'm saying? They'll put, the dope was good still, and it was like, it's not taking 60s at this point, I mean, it's coming from Butch Cassidy, so it's probably taken, at this point, probably taking a 40, because when I got to Baltimore, it was taking a 23 when I was getting from B.
Why did the purity keep being diluted as the years went on?
Because of the amount of interdiction that there was, and the amount of people that had to be paid.
Right.
Along
the trail. It's the 80s now. You can't just do whatever you want.
Right. Okay. So
is it still coming
the French
from
connection is up.
Yeah.
That really things up because there was so much publicity around it that all these different Warren Commission, all these started like being like, hey, what the? So they're doing, and Klaus Barbie is bringing, and all these people are getting, and because how are the blacks getting the, it's starting to, things started really like people are greedy, so people will always take the chance to get, but you had more people to pay from the point of origin to the, commercial point. Yeah. You got more people to pay.
And it's still coming from,
stretch it.
It's still coming from Southeast Asia, right?
Southeast Asia,
Afghanistan,
right?
Yeah.
So you got a lot of people to pay. You know what I mean?
Sense.
And the routes are always changing. Right. They'll go through this part of the world and come around. Yeah. It's a whole other set of people to pay. Yeah. Who knows what they're talking about, and they're hip to what's been happening with the last route, whatever, and the kinds of new levels of interdiction that they have going on, whatever. So it's like, we need this, whatever. Right. So it's like, well, in order for us to do that, because at the point at the grower point, the prices never really made more money.
No.
You know what I mean?
It's just like,
it's still just growing out the ground over here, right? It's getting it out of those points became more difficult, right? Because there was less corruption, and people, I guess, were starting to realize that this is more destructive than it seemed,
right?
So then you start having people who were more along the lines of trying to do the right thing and stop it, whatever. Yeah. So that means that now you have to really look hard to find somebody who's willing to take the risk, and whatever.
So price goes up,
price keeps going up, quality keeps going down,
right?
So by the time it gets to the States, what was taking a 60, because I was like, there's no way in the world that the earth is producing a less potent product.
No.
So somebody somewhere along the way is doing something that they weren't doing before.
Right. Yeah.
And at the point at which the business is growing, expanding in terms of the clientele. More people are using, more people are buying, more money is being made, but the quality is going down. So people start saying, somebody somewhere starts saying, well, these will buy anything, it seems.
Right.
You know, that seemed at some point that was a standard, but that standard is kind of lessening and lessening and lessening because people are being introduced to a lesser and lesser quality at their point of inception. So they don't know.
Right.
They have no idea.
But do you think that also created less long-term addicts? Because the
game is 80% mental. So people are addicted here.
Okay.
They're addicted here. Heroin, of course, I mean, it attaches itself to your hemoglobin. That's a physical addiction. But largely, especially cocaine is a psychological addiction.
So why do you think that? Do you think there were less heroin addicts in the 1980s in New York, or did they just go somewhere else?
No. They were definitely less.
Why?
Because motherfuckers were getting on cocaine.
Okay.
They were definitely less.
So
and there was a period a lot of people were getting the culmination of the adverse impact of heroin was around 79, 80, whatever it was. It's like, yo, this is a scourge.
Right.
This is a scourge.
Epidemic.
It's an epidemic. So, you know, a lot of people started moving away from it and getting off of it or whatever have you, know?
Right.
And other things were becoming were very popular or more popular or alternatives or whatever.
So did you think you think junkies got clean by moving to coke?
I saw it. Okay. I witnessed it firsthand.
So you're working the shooting gallery, because this is taking us 20 minutes to get through the story, but you're working the shooting gallery and you start to see customers passing your spot where you're selling dope out of and going up to the freebase spot.
And I'm trying to tell my uncles and Steve, this is happening. I'm here in real time.
Yeah.
This is happening.
Yeah.
Cocaine. Party with that cocaine. Goddamn party favor. I'm like, yo, listen to what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Man. This is happening.
Yeah.
People who had been hardcore heroin addicts for 20 years had not been able to be stopped by, programs and all kinds of whatever, incarceration. And these are hardcore heroin addicts. And these are people whom I'd gotten introduced to as clients in this particular situation.
Yeah.
Right? And I shot in their neck and behind their ankles, behind their knees, whatever. These are hardcore dope fiends.
Yeah.
And then one day they come and they might stop by and say, what's up, whatever, and grab a bag. But then they're going to go upstairs, right, to Cuba.
Yeah.
Cuba was a dude who would come and was getting money. He was a coke connect, whatever, and partying and hanging out and having, all the access to the world of cocaine and smoking. And a lot of people don't know that prior to the whole crack epidemic here in the States, they had the pasteles epidemic in South America. It was the same exact thing. People selling up, stealing every goddamn thing. It already happened.
Right.
In South America. All over South America.
Right.
Right? So these guys been on that. That's how it got here. Because you had international businessmen who were being introduced to it over in South America. You had the big stars like, say, the Isley Brothers and
Pryor.
all those guys.
Yeah,
they are being introduced to it by them moving around in different parts of the world and whatever, and they're being introduced to it. And this is the next level of shit. This is some elite. Like people. I don't know how commonly people hear about the parties where there'd be like these big bowls full of, boulders of cocaine, cooked and uncooked.
Right.
And that's how it got, trickled into the underworld, because you got high-end performers, black people who had a lot of money, and who are they commonly hanging around? Other black people with a lot of money, it just happens to be street money.
Right.
That's who they're partying with. That's who they're in Leviticus with, and 54 with, and all these other places, where they're coming together, whatever, and after hours spots, huge, right?
Yeah.
And so these guys are come on over, man, party and hang out, whatever, the hotel or wherever it is, and they're freebasing.
So somehow this cooked cocaine morphs slowly into crack cocaine.
Well, the cocaine is crack cocaine. Crack is just a word that the news made up because of what it looked like.
Right.
By the time they got wind of it, these chips, these, if you look at a wall in a building, abandoned building, whatever, tattered building, and you see the spaces between the paint, and it looks like somebody took something out of the wall. That's right. That's where they got the name from.
That's right.
It's like they took so it's a crack. Took a crack out the wall.
Okay, so with that though, but then how did the price go from a rich man's high, I'm smoking cooked cocaine, to I'm buying a $2 yellow top in Harlem? How did that economy of scale occur?
Horrifically. During this time, remember, cocaine is $60,000 a key. Gram of coke cut is $100.
Right.
And very few people have it.
Right.
Now, while this has happened, in South America, you've got guys like the Ochoas, right? And, later on, Pablo and Griselda and you got these people who are essentially in a kind of a war with the United States. But they don't have armies and artillery and, that kind of thing. They've got this stuff that grows in their country that Americans love to consume. So they start sending that in greater and greater numbers. Well, what happens when supply increases? The value of supply goes down.
Supply goes down. There you go.
Right? So, in 80, there was a lot less cocaine, a lot less people aware of it, a lot less people who could afford it. And then by 82, 83, there's a good deal more, right? But people aren't at this level. They aren't smoking it because, like I said, putting water anywhere near your cocaine is like, are you out your mind? It's a sin, right? Only people at that level who have access to that amount, and have access to this process, which involves ethyl alcohol, which is highly volatile and explosive. Like, there could be a cloud of ethyl alcohol right here in front of us. We wouldn't smell it. We wouldn't see it. But light a match. The air would explode. Not like people have seen, it's go poof, but this would go bong. Wow. That's how Richard Pryor caught fire. Right. So, now these points are important. The amount of cocaine being produced and pushed into the country it's just like narco-terrorism. It's like, United States doesn't want to, continue to give us the support, the monies or whatever, for us to build up infrastructure or whatever. Or they want to do it. Oh, well, the only way we can make money is if we send cocaine. You guys love it, so we're going to send a whole bunch of it to you. And in fact, Pablo's idea was to destroy America's youth by sending this, Right? So you got all this cocaine starting to come in at mass amounts. Then you have the process of cooking it having been simplified down to baking soda. When I got introduced to it, when T introduced me to it, it was baking soda. Okay. And so how he introduced me to it was what people would smoke or whatever have you. You had the bowl of the pipe, the whole pipe. Right. And there were certain rules, like when you put the crack in or the base in the top, and you take the torch, and I charge you $1 for the use of the pipe and $1 for use of the torch. And you take the torch and you burn it down and then you smoke it, whatever, and it fills up the bowl. Now, after 2 or 3 days of that bowl, that's just a clear piece of glass, is opaque now because it's covered with the residue of the cocaine. So then he taught me to take and put a little bit out, like take the pipe apart, put a little bit of alcohol inside the bowl, swish it around. It clears all of the cocaine off of the sides, pour it onto a mirror and light that. And then it burns off, and you've got the pure coke paste left. Right. You know what I mean? And so you scrape that up, and then you take a little bottle and you recook that, whatever, and that's even more potent. Oh. And so
that's what's called base in South America.
That's right. That's right. So this is how people can consume it, and these like they might since I didn't have cocaine from my family,
Right.
I would go down the block to the corner to the bar. My godfather, his name was also Butch. People used to get them confused all the damn time because of the name. But he would have some coke, so I'd buy some coke from him. Right, they'd give me, somebody said, give me some coke, whatever. So I'd get $50 from them, go down the block, buy half from them, come back, cook it for them, charge them for cooking it, then charge them for the pipe and the torch, right? And then, then you couldn't turn the thing down like that to try to bring the oil back down so you could burn it again, like, so it would build up, whatever. Unfortunately, I had to take a lot of that stuff that I scraped up and I would take it to school and sell it to kids in school.
Wow.
But,
and this seemed to be a bane of your time in the crack game, was always a supply issue, because I don't think your family ever got into it. I think they left it alone.
They didn't until much later, right?
Did Uncle Butch?
Yes, much later though.
Okay.
Much later.
What are we
talking? But he stayed on the heroin.
He never gave up heroin.
Never.
Right.
Never. He stayed on it.
Right.
Because he understood the economics of it. Right.
Of course.
Right. And so.
But it seems like a supply when I'm talking about when you ran crack crews throughout the city. I'm kind of just jumping ahead because I want to get to Baltimore. Throughout high school from 15 to 18, you're running crack spots, in Harlem and in the Bronx and everywhere in between. Queens, you ran
South
with
Jamaica.
That's right. You were over there hustling with, the kingpins and the street bosses over there. But it seems like your big problem was supply. Like you couldn't find a really steady connect.
Yeah. And there was so much coke out there that it wasn't really a major concern because there's so much coke out there.
Right.
So I could always find somebody to buy, a key from, a couple of keys from. That was not difficult because I'd been around so long, you know what I mean, that once I began to focus on it, it wasn't that difficult. Okay. But having that supplier, like having, a supplier like my family,
right,
with the heroin would have made a tremendous difference,
right,
in the income and the opportunity, right?
And you were just too young to have those,
right,
those direct Dominican or Colombian,
yes,
I got 100 keys coming on Thursday, kind of.
Thank goodness.
Right.
Thank goodness.
Well, that's what Unique, as we know, Unique Mecca, he was that generation, a little bit older than you. He's a couple years older than you, and he's already real hard.
Unique just turned 60.
What's that? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he just turned 60.
Yes. Yeah. Looks great for 60. For what
absolutely.
He's been through.
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic.
Right.
But he was a guy that was dealing with like $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 kilos, 25 or 30 a day.
Yeah, he got down to Miami and it kind of started in the Heights.
So, but how did you, I guess, what separated that from kind of your side of the game? Was it just age or he just had?
Well, I think it had a lot to do with the fact that he was aware of Dominicans before I was because he was smoking.
Right.
He's one of those early smokers.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He was
robbing them. He knew where the coke was because he was robbing them. He was sticking them up for the coke.
Yeah.
And he was smoking, so he was hip to, the smoking aspect of it, which would become a major part of, being able to make a bunch of money in the coke game.
Right.
So he had been introduced in an intimate way to the those components that would make up the major part of the opportunity in that space later on.
Right.
So, working in the weed spots and what they called the gates back in the day, that gave him a certain level of exposure. And then smoking, that gave him a certain level of exposure about something that was forthcoming that nobody really knew about. Right.
The ground floor.
Right. And then, the fact that he was running in places and stealing a bunch of cocaine from people, and he knew who the people was that had the cocaine. So at the point at which he started thinking about the opportunity of putting this stuff that I'm using from these people that I'm taking it from in this place where I'm operating weed from, it's
Right.
So once he got out of jail the first time, he was old enough and clean enough to realize how these things could be brought together to create an opportunity, and he did.
All of it is just kind of an accident, just like a lot of businesses, legal or illegal. A lot of it is just an accident of when you're born and where you're born.
That's right.
That's right. So you didn't have the cocaine tutelage, mentorship that you had in the dope space, the heroin space.
That's right. So during
do
the
you
period,
regret not just like moving up in your family's heroin operation and just steering clear of everything that came with the crack era, which was a lot of really bad?
No, it's no way, because there was a point where it just wasn't happening in the dope game. The heroin, it just wasn't happening.
Well, we haven't got to Baltimore yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to Baltimore yet. But it wasn't happening. It wasn't happening. Like, I stopped selling heroin in 1982, 83.
Wow.
And went back to strictly cocaine. Okay. But at this point, because I'm of the early generation, like, remember, when I'm selling it, it's not even crack yet.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I'm hip to it, and I'm ground zero with it. And once I started seeing people who had been hardcore heroin addicts for 10 and 15 years walking past us and going up to Cuba's and buying from him, and Cuba was up there just squatting. He just, he had the craft. He knew how to cook. He knew the coke and all that, whatever. So he was like a, it's like this.
He was like a sommelier for crack. He was a connoisseur.
Yes, he was. He was sommelier. That's right. So, when I started seeing that happening, I was like, I've been around heroin addicts all my life.
Yeah.
Right? I knew what that was. I knew what the depth of that was in terms of addiction.
Right.
So when I saw that, and I was like, yo, this even stopped to get no dope.
Wow.
He just went straight up, got it. And these are not people who are going to go trouncing around Harlem looking for dope to buy from other places.
Yeah.
They were only there because they knew T from Connecticut, and T told them, come on down, you're safe here, you're good here, whatever, got a space for you to do your thing and all that, whatever, good. So it wasn't like they were like, oh, we'll go and see Cuba, bypass Cavario, go see Cuba, get some coke, and then go somewhere else buy heroin. They weren't getting heroin.
Right.
They stopped.
Wow.
Not everybody, but a few hardcore.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, they loved me. So they would sit there, like, the things I learned from these people, the exposure between music and art and these people, the exposure I got to the world enabled me to expand my mind, expand my horizons, still well ensconced in his life, but able to think beyond it, beyond these circumstances. Yeah. Very comfortable in very high-end restaurants and so forth, whatever. Very, very comfortable.
Right.
Whereas you would never see any other black kids in there at all.
No.
Or a lot of times any other black people.
Right.
Because they just didn't feel like they were supposed to be in these places.
Right. Yeah, you had a driver.
Yes.
Throughout much of your career.
Yes.
You're 16 years old. Yeah, living a life of a 35-year-old married man. You're raising 4 stepchildren or, kids that are not biologically yours. Right. Yeah, you're certainly sexually active. I think you've got now 2 kids of your own by 16 or 17.
I got 2 kids of my own.
Cavario Jr. or who?
Cavario Jr. was born when I was 17.
Yeah.
But I had a son, another son who was born 32 days before him that I did not know was my son.
Right.
Right? His mother said it, but I wasn't certain of it. And I had impregnated her the day I met her on a bet with my cousin in L.A. And she was a virgin.
Oh, man.
But he was telling me how, I was like, yo, you just sleep with any girl that you come upon, like that's willing or whatever. He said, yeah. I said, man, that's not right. I don't, why you do that? I don't do that. And he came up under me. So it's like, you didn't see me do like that. Why are you doing that? Like, I gave him his first girl he ever had sex with. It's like, so I know where you started. Like, why do you do that? He said, oh, you don't do it because you can't. I said, what do you mean I can't? There's nothing to that. I said, point out any girl right now. I will bet her right now. Just to show you how not special it is. And he pointed out my son's mom. He turned out to be my son's mom. Met her, talked to her. A few hours later, I had her up on the concourse of my mother's apartment. And
she got pregnant.
She got pregnant, but who knew? You know what I mean? Who knew? And my son's, Cavario's mother was already pregnant. Wow. So he was born weeks late. My other son was born a couple of months early. So he ended up being born before like the woman who was pregnant already.
Right.
It was crazy. So I was like, nah, that can't be mine. How can he be born? But he was born prematurely. And I said, well, how much did he weigh? It was 7.5 pounds. I said, that ain't no premature, but that's not my kid.
Yeah.
And plus, she had a really bad reputation for not telling the truth.
Right.
Right.
This was
so
Renee?
Her too. But no, this is Sabrina.
Oh, okay.
And when she hears that I just said her name, she's going to bug the out. I think I ever said her name in public before. But yeah, so, that's, I had kids. And I had another kid that I didn't know about at all. My daughter who just turned 40. you know, and so yeah, I mean, super active.
So you were,
and I had a girl who was living with me in my mother's house, and I was 16 and she was 24.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. So you've already lived like 5 lifetimes by the time you're 16, 17 years old. You're back and forth. Did you graduate high school?
No.
Okay. But you had a fun time while you did at music and arts.
I had a great time.
Went to school with Dana Dane and not Dougie
Rick.
Fresh, but Slick Rick.
Sheena Arnold, Carl Payne.
Yeah. So you have these, and these are like hip, affluent. Like there's more to Harlem than just dope. Like there's so much talent there. There's so much.
Harlem is it's like the capital of all that is cool.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Style, attitude, behavior.
Right.
You know, those things, the foundation, those like the Boogie Down brought the hip hop culture and, brought together those components, graffiti and the breakdancing. Yeah. I'm in the original of all those things, I was brought in, in the late 70s into the graffiti thing, Said Deuce and Crane and all those guys, whatever guys were respected graffiti writers in the Bronx, Saw 167, Bear 167, magnificent artists.
Right.
Magnificent artists. Their abilities were mind-boggling.
Painting the trains.
Yes. And their black books were like some Picasso, right? And then, the breakdancing thing, Prince Thunder Rock, Nelson Martinez, who I would say is like the first real dance superstar, like wherever we went, people followed us around in hopes that we would bust a move or something like that. Wow. So, so that's what's happening in the Bronx in terms of what would become the most pervasive culture, you know what I mean?
Hip hop.
Right, hip hop.
Which is
now but I'm back and forth, every day I'm back and forth. So I'm in Harlem and I'm doing my thing in Harlem, and that's where the underground aspect of it, that culture with the flyness and all that kind of, that's where that's coming from. And it's feeding this other culture. That's why a lot of the early rappers dressed like the early drug dealers.
Right. That's right.
Right?
Because they were the ones that had
leather
money,
suits, MC
dealers.
boots, gold chains, you know what I'm saying? Bombers. They all got that from us. Because they got it from my generation of young drug dealers who were influenced by the previous generation of, the main drug dealers, you know, right? Which that's out of Harlem.
Right.
The drug dealer, big drug, Guy Fisher is from the Bronx. He's not from Harlem.
Right.
He didn't become Guy Fisher until he got to Harlem. Yeah. And then, assimilated that style and attitude and whatever.
Malcolm X did not become Malcolm X until he came to Harlem.
That's right.
Exactly. He was Detroit Red or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
So these things, the way they coalesced to create what became popular culture, what is today popular culture, it started in the grimiest parts of things, you know what I mean? The bottom of every damn thing, and I was ground zero. Yeah. I was ground zero for all of it.
Yeah. And you had, it's like, you were living 2 worlds, like you'd be down shopping in Midtown and you're probably around white people
all the time.
There's black people back then. Now it's a lot different, but like, I'm sure there were black people in Harlem that lived 10 blocks away from, the Upper West Side where Jewish women that are professors are hanging out in cafes, and they would never meet any white people though.
Yep.
Like they were that isolated.
That's
but
right.
you were like,
the white people didn't come above 110th Street.
It's crazy, but there's a whole different New
dangerous.
York. Right. No, I know. It's wild. But you were just lived a very, very rarefied life, even as a street guy. But yet you were also in the trenches. Like you were putting in these 12-hour shifts.
That's right. I
want to cut to one of your probably your most successful crack spot while you were still in New York. You're in the Bronx. You're running this thing really, really professionally and sophisticated. And you even keep a bag of ones for your pitcher. So if fiends come and they're $1 short and they're buying a $10 bottle and they only got 9, you would like say, hey, no sweat, I'll make it up. Right? Cool like that you learned from your mom. Treat the customers well.
So I provided an experience, not just a service.
Yeah. So you're doing whatever, 10, 15, 20 grand a day in these spots. have you forgotten about the dope, and have you seen the potential of growing in the cocaine business to where you could become the equivalent of Uncle Butch, but on the coke side? Like, what are your ambitions?
Yes. I've forgotten about the dope. I mean, it just wasn't trending.
Yeah.
Now, are there people making money with dope? Yeah. Hispanics had become very prominent in the dope space, right?
Puerto Ricans.
You had Tango and Cash, which I'm pretty sure was fentanyl fueled.
Wow.
Right?
Boy George in the Bronx.
George with Obsession. He had a strong dope connect.
He was getting it from the Chinese gangs down in Chinatown.
What do you call him? Fried rice. Call him Fried Rice. That's what his connect was.
Right.
He referred to him as Fried Rice from what I was told in terms of what he was, as far as he was willing to share anything. Like, they never knew who his connect was. They never knew who George's connect was. You know what I mean? But they knew it was Chinese, and all they ever got was that he referred to him as Fried Rice.
Right.
You know what I mean? So he knew it was a Chinese connect.
So somehow in the 80s, those Chinese gangs from down in Lower Manhattan, Chinatown,
the Chinese were the ones behind fentanyl.
Right, exactly. So precisely. So somehow they had a connect in Southeast Asia that made their availability of the smuggling, they made it pretty seamless, and they became the connect.
Right. Because
what they were in the 80s, what the Italians were in the 70s.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So like Bump, for instance, Ronnie Bump, he was getting it from the Italians and at a point from the Chinese at the same time, right? Which is why he always kept a lot of it, and it was always very good. He said, man, no Chinese. Said one thing about the Chinese, though, no consignment.
No. COD.
You had to buy it. You had to buy it.
Okay.
He said, but, just take it to 60, 65. He said, it's good as a.
But now here you are selling crack, running a crack spot. What did you hate about it the most?
It's an interesting question. Nobody's ever asked me what I hated about the most.
Like, what is the hardest part? This is not an easy thing. Even though there's customers everywhere, there's competition everywhere.
That's not for me,
what's the hardest part?
Competition was nothing. For me, that was nothing because I had so much repertoire. I had so much in my tank, bro. Yeah. Like I said in the book, I've forgotten more about the game of death than most who have the time or opportunities to learn before their time is up and their opportunities are no more. Yeah. It's the truth. I hit the street having forgotten more about the than most of the cats would last long enough to learn, right? So I was never worried about competition, right? Once I knew what you were doing and how you were doing it, I knew how to outdo you, no problem, So the worst part about it was dealing with those personalities on a daily basis, people who they're sick. Addiction is a sickness, right? Psycho-emotional sickness. Yeah. So, and it manifests itself, that sickness manifests itself in so many different ways. It's not just like you come and you cop. It's not the supermarket. You just come and you cop and you leave most of the time. Although I did get to a point where I had disciplined my clientele to that. I was very, very no nonsense. But nobody got hurt or robbed or killed doing business with me on either side. Right. Right? Not going along with the guidelines that I had set. Right. So, the difficulty came in with dealing with these personalities, bro. Like the games and the degrees that people would go through. Yeah. Like people would make you damn near beat them to death. Right. Before they'd be honest and forthright, you dig? Right. And dealing with that because I wasn't in it for anything other than the money. Right. I was not in it to, bolster myself or anything like that, whatever. I was always honest. I was always the guy that, I would say, guy buys, you buy 8 for half a joint for me, whatever. And I would tell you, this is my price. I always had top quality, so my price would not be like everybody else's price. So it's like, this is my price. Well, someone's only charging this. I said, well, he can't do what my can do, right? You can cook my, you can shoot my, you can sniff my. It's going to perform like it's supposed to, no matter what. So I charge this. And I paid this for it. So I'm only making this off of it, you know what I mean? And I always told the truth. But because people were so accustomed to being lied to, they never believed me. Right. So people were like, yo, why you telling me about that? I say, don't believe me. You think I'm lying. Yeah. But I practiced telling the truth. I always told the truth. Right. Right? So in dealing with people who were lying all the damn time, and I'm being forthright, and I didn't understand, things like people are being the way they are because of whatever they've been through. They're not sitting there going, I think Cavario's stupid and I can get over. They're not assessing me and incorporating me into this idea. I got nothing to do with it. I'm just a witness of the behavior. I'm not the cause. Yeah. I didn't know that. So back then I'd be like, who you think you playing with? Who you think you trying? And, I would do what comes next. Not out of anger or disdain or lack of regard, but just because this comes next. You did that, and as a response to that, training dictates I do this. But I hated to do anything other than give you what you asked for, get my money, and go about my business.
Yeah.
I just didn't like the, and that was the part, managing myself within that.
Yeah.
And not being drawn into, constant punitive behavior all the time.
Yeah. And when I read your book, you dealt constantly, like the crews, the people that were working for you. Clearly, none of them had been raised by wolves, have been raised by people in the game. So they're kids. You can't really blame them, but they're ghetto kids. So they're short-sighted. They live for today, right? And so they just are always up.
A lot of them are.
A lot of them are addicted too.
Yes.
A lot of people got addicted to smoking crack. A lot of young.
Low, and I did not know.
Yeah.
That was a big thing. I did not know.
Yeah.
Right. And a lot of them are what they would call special ed, which is why they're floating around in the street and not in school.
Right.
So
right.
A lot of the people you're pooling from in order to create your crews are people with learning disabilities and behavioral problems.
I never even thought of that. Right.
So, I'm trying to get them to comport to some type of a discipline, steady type of behavior, whatever. And these can barely sit still.
Right.
You feel me? So I had to be very attentive, right? And two, I had to be very heavy-handed. It's like either you sit here behind this door, do not open this door for anyone, even the girl that says she'll suck the skin off of it, okay? You do not open this door at all until I come and say, okay, come out, or I let you out, because at a certain point I started locking in.
Right.
You're behind the door, and there's a padlock on the other side.
Yeah.
It was for two reasons. One, to keep you from being talked out of the door so somebody could rob you or whatever, or not rob you, but they could have. Just because she didn't set you up don't mean the next time she won't, And also when the police would come in the building and be looking for the crack spot, whatever, the last thing they would think is there's somebody behind this door locked in this apartment with a bunch of drugs, selling drugs. They would look and see a padlock on the door. Okay, that's just somebody locked out there, because that's what they would do back in those days.
Right.
When you didn't pay your rent, the landlords would padlock your door.
Right.
So you couldn't get in. So seeing padlocks was a common thing.
Yeah.
So they didn't pay it any attention. Wow. So
you had this, it was the sophistication. I mean, I just don't think you see it now, even with places in the Bronx that are still getting money like that. Like you would have there was a girl working for you, and when the customer would walk in, she would be like a bouncer at a club. She would read him the rules. Like no asking questions. What were the rules?
No talking.
Yeah.
No talking. Your money talks. How much you got? Give me the money. Count the money. I know how many you want. We have $5 denominations. So if you got $10, you want 2 cracks. So you got to tell me that. You don't have to say anything.
Right.
So wearing a wire and all that kind of whatever, that shit won't work. Because there's no talking here.
Right.
So you count the money. So when you open the door, close the door, push them to the corner so they can't be seen in the window. That got it's a fiberglass window, and it's got the vent and the metal grating, whatever. And it's a steel door and it's concrete buck and all that. There's no ramming this. You're not getting. You got a tank maybe with a ram in the front, like they do in L.A. Whatever. But you're not getting it. Yeah. Right. So you stand in that corner, so you're out of sight. I stand over here. Money. And none of this holding it up and tapping it and that type of shit. Take it, throw it in your mouth or throw it in your pocket, whatever you're going to do, and hit the button, and the person across the street that's doing the lookout, they'll hit the button. It's like, beep. That means the customer's ready to come out.
Right.
And then beep, that means it's clear to come out the door. No words.
Yeah, just little earpieces
that's
that
it.
you're using.
And the earpieces were just for that beep. I glued the talk button so they couldn't talk. Because there was a time where I was sitting in an apartment across the street, the girl I was messing with, she lived in an apartment that was facing my building where I was rocking out of. And there was I was upstairs in the building, inside the building. And there was somebody who had a baby monitor. And I could hear my people on the walkie-talkies talking on the baby monitor.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, I could hear the person on the baby monitor, whoever they were.
Right.
I could hear their transmission from their baby monitor on the walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
And I was like, first I was like, all right, no one talking on these things. Like, yo, you good? None of that. And of course, you couldn't rely on people to do that.
No.
Just use the button. You couldn't rely on it. You couldn't expect them to follow the directions without you being able to say, stay on this line.
Yeah.
Because these have developmental problems.
Right. Of course.
So a lot of them born to alcoholics, a lot of them born to drug addicts, like that, right?
Yeah.
This is 83, 82, 84, 85. So these are the kids who were born in the late 60s, like myself, 70, the latest, whatever, and their parent was on the other side of the bag.
Yeah, that's right. On
Right?
H.
Right.
Yep.
So these kids were f***ed up.
Yeah.
So, you had to do everything you could to
Right.
stop them from behaving outside of your lines. So I had to glue the button to keep them from being able to talk. And all you could do was beep. And so that's how, I operated that situation.
And you came, and that spot was rocking for like a couple of years.
for years.
And thousands and thousands of transactions.
Yes.
And it never got rated.
Nope.
You caught a humble over a couple of vials.
Yep.
You took it to the box. You beat the case.
Yep.
We're going to let them go read about that.
Right.
But what ultimately made your fortune in the game, fortune is relative, but I'll call it like your biggest run in the game was out of town.
Yep.
And that's what I think dealers really started to do from New York in the 80s, because the competition was just crushing. There was so competitive. There was so much coke.
Yes.
Could you tell us what were the most popular out of town spots that New York crews would shoot off to get money back then?
My first foray out of town was in 1986 to DC.
Okay, yeah, DC was obviously a huge spot.
So DC,
dangerous.
Super dangerous.
Yeah.
Super dangerous. But those places weren't as dangerous for me, like Richmond, Virginia, and all this Boston and they weren't as dangerous for me because I had my wits about me.
Right.
They're dangerous for people who don't have any savvy.
Yeah.
And most guys didn't have no savvy. They had no sophistication. Very base in their operations, which is, fine to a degree. If you're in an environment that you grew up in and like there are people around that know you and stuff like that, and they're kind of like you are because they grew up in the same environment. But if you go someplace where people are completely different and you don't know how to assimilate to a degree, not to like lose your identity, but to a degree where you're not abrasive.
Yeah. Right.
Then you're gonna draw problems to yourself.
Right. Yeah.
And most dudes did not have that
humility.
That's right.
Sorry to take it out of your mouth, but that's the word.
Bro. They didn't have the humility. They go, yeah, I'm from New York, whatever. Right. And and a lot of those guys that went out of town were guys that were nobody at home.
Right.
And they put on, they assimilated these different aspects of personalities that they had heard of or come into contact with in New York. And they created this hodgepodge of a character, persona, and then they acted that out in this place where nobody actually knew who they were. Oof, right?
Yeah, it's a really quick way to get killed.
Oh yes, it is very efficient.
It was, if you did it right though, it was very profitable. Like Unique would tell us, he would buy keys in Washington Heights for like $8,000 and sell them down in DC for like $25,000, $30,000. This is wholesale.
That's crazy.
And that's not even that far away. It's an hour and a half, 2 hour train ride.
Yeah,
3 hour train
it's
ride.
A 3 hour train ride. Well, it's 3.5. It's 3 to Baltimore, 4 to DC.
Okay. Okay. So, but Baltimore is. How do you end up choosing Baltimore as a spot? Like initially.
Well, make sure that I answered the question. Which cities are people going to?
Oh yeah. Wait,
Boston, DC, Baltimore.
The Carolinas,
most
probably.
immediately. The Carolinas come in the latter part of the 80s, early to mid 90s, because most people are just going to like places that are like just
off the
few
train
hours,
off the train stop, basically.
Right, like
what
that.
about Philly? Or was Philly too grimy?
Philly was too grimy and too close, too much like you're in New York,
right.
You know, plus, you're still dealing with the offshoots of Sam Christian and Bo Baines and all the guys with Black Mafia, which very vicious, very vicious. Like most likely Tracy was killed dealing with one of those, one of their constituents. Most likely.
So there's really no way you could just take over a block in South or West Philadelphia and start serving without getting shot at.
No.
So you just have to.
You're gonna be bagged, yeah, for sure.
Right.
With Philly like that.
So you just have to dump wholesale and get the out. That's what I would have done.
Yes. That's what people.
I don't want no funk.
Yeah. Well, last longer.
They do.
You know what I mean?
I was very scared for you when you went to Baltimore.
I mean,
because I've seen The Wire.
So.
I've seen The Wire.
And it's all accurate.
It's all accurate.
It's all accurate. I was there during that time. It's all accurate. It's all like the most accurate thing that's ever been depicted about that lifestyle anywhere. All accurate. The corner was my block. That was my crew. New York G, that was my lieutenant. Those people, some of them played themselves. They worked for me on that block. That was Monroe and Fayette. That's the corner.
That is Baltimore's version of the Triangle. That's where the most of the dope traffic in the city is at, right?
The West Side. A lot of people would argue this, of course. They're very competitive, East Side, West Side, whatever. And East Side made a lot of money. East Side was very strong with the 30s and the 60s. West Side was very strong with the dimes. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I never really saw a West Side, not at the point I got there. I got there in 89, to answer your question of how I got there. I got there initially because I was standing out in front of my mom's building with my cousin, L.A., and this guy who's passed now, he died badly. He was walking down the street, a guy named JD. He's walking down the street, coming up the concourse. He lived around the corner. So we're standing in front of my mom's building, our mom's building. His mom lived on the 5th floor, mine lived on the 3rd floor. And he goes, yo, JD down in Baltimore getting money. So JD's like, local, you know what I mean? So it's like, doing what? Where? So he says, yeah, he down there in Baltimore getting money. Yo, make him tell us where the spot is at. I was like, he comes walking. I walk up. I say, yo, what's up, Jake? What's going on? I said, yeah, man, I heard you down in Baltimore getting some money. He's like, yeah. I grab him by his collar, shoot him up in the air, hold him up in the air like, where the block at? He goes, it's Emerson and Monroe. I said, okay, Edmondson and Monroe. Okay, got it. All right, later, go on about your business. So he goes around the corner. About 15 minutes later, he comes back around. He said, it's Edmondson. They pronounce it Emerson, but it's Edmondson and Monroe because there's another street called Emerson and Monroe, which is, he said it the way that they say it.
Right.
EDMONDSON. They pronounce EMERSON. The Baltimore accent's unlike anything.
It's horrendous. It's just,
horrendous.
Yeah. It makes me hate the city. Sorry. If you live in Baltimore.
He said it.
Yeah. Don't speak like that. It's not the South. Grammar.
Believe me, there's a
articulation.
There's a reason for that. And I had to find it out. And I'll share that with you. Okay. I had to find it out. I was like, what the f do you talk like that? Right? Yeah. But because it wasn't like that in Philly. It wasn't like that in Trenton. I'd spent childhoods in Trenton. Right. I'd spent childhoods in Charlotte, North Carolina, stuff like that, in the Deep South, whatever. Nobody talked like that. And look, nobody. To be fair, DC didn't talk like that. Philly didn't talk like that. DC is here. Philly is here. Baltimore's right in here.
Right.
Why do you talk like that? Philly had its accent.
Yeah.
DC had its accent, but you could tell it was like Southern influence with her.
Right.
But nobody talked like this guttural thing that they had going on here.
Yeah.
And it was very interesting how someone who moved there when they were a small child from somewhere else, they were the wife of a guy who used to work for a guy that worked for me. And they told me she was very smart. Her name was Goldie. Very, very smart. She's a heroin addict, but she was very, very smart, got caught up out there, whatever. And she told me what happened, how that happened. So initially, Baltimore being it was all about the harbor.
Yeah.
Like that's the whole thing is built around that harbor. So it was a very powerful harbor. A lot of people came from different places. And there were a lot of people from a lot of Irish soldiers,
Okay.
right? And so they began to settle the place, right? So they're the ones who set up the housing and then the schooling, stuff like that, this Irish, whatever. So as time went on and Black people started to migrate there, whatever bit, they went to schools that were run by Irish people, whatever. And the way that I guess the Southern dialect kind of coalesced with the Irish dialect, it turned into, this lazy kind of guttural, it's like pidgin.
Pigeon's perfect. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And dog is Doug.
Yeah.
And Tuesday is Tuesday.
I got
Wednesday,
red tops, you.
And ye.
Yeah.
They like threatened words. Right. They start them out and then just fall off in the middle of them. And that's their dialogue. You know what
Fascinating.
I mean?
Well,
and she said the teacher was correct there. She said you, and the teacher would go, it's you. You know what I mean? She's like, oh, okay. It's you. Ye. But that's
well, those hillbillies need to stop inbreeding and get some people from other cities moving in.
You better
that accent out of existence. Anyways, sorry about that. Oh
God, you better stop.
Yeah, it was one of the hardest parts about watching The Wire. But
I mean, it was more difficult being in it.
Yeah.
Every time I went to Baltimore, I went to culture shock. Every time.
Yeah.
So first time after getting this information from what's his name? JD. He comes back around the corner and tells me this is what it actually. I guess he went around the corner and told somebody, "Oh, Cavario just snatched me up and made me tell him what he said." Did you tell him? I said, "Yeah, I told him, but I didn't really tell him the right name, whatever." They probably said, "You better go back around and tell him, bro."
But it sounds like you were really hot to get out of New York because you immediately saw the opportunity and bullied this guy for the info.
Right.
And you'd already been stabbed, which is a wild story that you'll read about in the book.
Right.
But it sounds like you were like ready to for New York.
I was always like that. I was always, if I heard there was somewhere, I had no problem going there.
All right, gotcha.
Whether it's a block in the Bronx or Harlem, I had no problem going there. I went anywhere because I knew how to handle myself.
Right.
You know what I mean? And while somebody else was trying to get it in their mind what they might or should do, I had reflexes.
Right.
So while you're trying to figure out what you should do next, I'm doing it by reflex.
Right.
So I had already been to DC in '86. Didn't like the way that they got down. There was too much violence.
Right.
And just mindlessness. There was a guy getting killed every day, and it was ridiculous. It's like, how do you get money out here like this?
Right.
But there was something in particular that I saw that it made me be like, this place, I'm not on this place. And I've been coming to DC since the 70s to visit my family. So I knew DC.
Right.
I walked into a building one late night in the winter in '86 when we got there. I was out there with a young man who was a school friend of my nephew's. His name was Dave. Dave was like, yo, we out here, getting this money, whatever, but, supply is a problem, whatever, because they're nobody, right? So I said, well, let me see what you got going on. So I'm doing really well over there in the spot you saw on 149, right? 165th Walton Avenue. And I was like, I'll take this little foray out there and see what's going on. So we go and we, moving around and we go into this projects. It's like 11 o'clock at night. And it's like, the lights, half the lights are out or whatever. And we walk up on the parking lot and coming out of this dark doorway, I hear, what you need? What you need, man? I got it. What you need? I got it for you. And I look and it's a 8-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Gotta be 8. No more than 8.
Wow.
And he's got a slab in his hand. And his little ass hand. It's a $50 slab. They didn't sell their shit in a bag or a bottle or no shit like that. It was like a naked slab of crack in his hand.
Jesus.
And I was like, who the gave this kid drugs to sell? Like, I'm ready to snap out.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like, this really got me. And that, along with the mindless violence every damn day, I was like, man, this it ain't about no money, man. It ain't about no money. This is stupid. And then I just went back to the Bronx. Right? So Here comes 89. This happens with JD. You know, at this point, between that first move and this move, there had been like some severe coke scares, droughts, right?
It's
like
wild.
really, a $5 bottle. Next thing you know, I'm selling it for $7. Still is getting dry and dry. Now it's 10. Now it's 15, same bottle. Because it's like, it's harder and harder and harder to find something. It had this constantly happening,
Right.
you know? And it was to keep the price from falling any further. Because what was in 80, 60,000 was now, you know, by 87,
8,000, 10,000.
13 on average.
Yeah.
Right? And so it really, they were trying to stop it from plummeting. So every now and then they would just, and most of the connects were in Queens at this point. And they were the Colombians. And they were feeding the Dominicans in Washington Heights.
That's right.
Right? And so whenever they said, hold up, they would just hold up.
Yeah.
You know? And if you know it's coming, then you know, how you got to behave because it's about to be very dry, whatever. And so whenever there was a big bust, you know, and they announce a big bust, you know, so many kilos get busted, whatever, and it was always the biggest bust ever. Every one was bigger than the previous one.
That's right.
Which told you something.
Yeah.
Right? And so whenever there was a big bust, they would be like, okay, in a couple of weeks it's going to dry up. And Butch would always tell me this. He would teach me how to read a newspaper and know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
And so this was one of those periods where it was like just really crazy. You know, we was rocking, but it was like, it's tight.
Yeah.
So we figured, you know, go to Baltimore, get more for the buck.
Yeah.
And so about 3 or 4 days later, we're standing out in front of my spot on 65th and Walton Avenue. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning. And a guy whom I'd known from much earlier in life, whose father was a major guy, and he grew up a ghetto prince as well. But unlike me, he was not given insights into the game and all that, whatever. So he knew where it came from. He didn't know anything about the game. So his father gets busted, and he, you know, has to start around. First, you know, people are looking out for him, whatever. But at a certain point, you get a certain age.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, you know, do something.
Yeah.
So, but he don't know about shit. So, you know, he starts taking things, and he's not responding well to not being the kid who's like the center of attention, which was what kids like us were. We were the center of attention around our peer group, right? Because we had everything. So he's not doing well not being that. And, you know, I don't know whether he had some kind of pre-existing mental condition or what the was, but it became apparent to me that his mind wasn't right. So he happens up. I hadn't seen him in some years at this point. And he happens up coming across the block. And I was like, yo, what's going on? Yo, seen you a long time. What's happening? Yeah. And he's looking disheveled and kind of dirty, whatever. I was like, come on, not you too, smoking that. He's like, no, man, I just got off a bus from Baltimore. You know, I was down there. I went down there with some guys. So guys had him going and getting packages from friends of his father's. And then they would dupe him out of the package because he wasn't built for it and his mind wasn't, you know, as strong as it needed to be. And so this happened. He went down to Baltimore. Some guys, they always get some work down to Baltimore. They get down there and they abandon. They take the work and abandon him. Yeah. So now he's stuck down there. No money, no means to get back. Right. So he meets a young woman who helps him out. You know, sees him. She's going to do the Baltimore's station, their equivalent to Grand Central, whatever. And he's out there, and she hears a story, gives him a couple of dollars, whatever. Cool. And then before he could get out of there, he gets arrested for breaking into a car. And he calls her, she gets him, and then takes him and puts him on a bus and sends him back. Now, she's from New York, but she grew up there. She's Puerto Rican and black. So when I see him, and you just came from Baltimore, that's crazy. We're about to go to Baltimore. Yeah. And he goes, oh, you gotta holler at my girl. So I said, you gotta put me in contact with her. So we go to the phone, put about $2 worth of quarters in the phone. He calls her. He introduces me to her. Her name is Mona. Ramonita is her real name, but they call her Mona. So he introduces me to her. I tell her my name is Steve. And I'll be coming down in a couple of days. She's like, yeah, come on, I got you. You know what I'm saying? I'll show you around, whatever. I know exactly what I'm looking. I'm looking for Monroe in Edmondson, right? But when I say Monroe and Edmondson, she's hearing, like, I don't really know what Monroe and Edmondson is. There's Monroe and Emerson, and there's somewhere else in Emerson. Right? So we get down there. I tell everybody, don't bring IDs. Don't ask me why. Nobody bring IDs. We get on the Amtrak. We go down to Baltimore. I bring 2 apes. I bring 250 grams of crack, cooked up. We get there. We meet with her, and she takes us. She has to get a hotel room. We out on Frankfurt Boulevard, which is like way east, and we don't have an idea of where anything is in proximity to anything else. Right, so we're far from the block, which is cool because it's safe and it's not likely anybody's going to try to follow you from It's clear across the other side of town. The people from the west don't go east. People from the east don't go west. They got a thing.
Are you guys strapped?
No.
You brought no guns.
Brought no guns.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't rely on guns.
No.
I didn't rely on
your
guns.
story,
although I carried them, I didn't rely on them.
Your story is one of really an absence of violence. Like all the violence you experienced for the most part was in your childhood when you weren't even in the game.
Yep.
It was just witnessing what you saw around you. But when you were in the game, it was a tight ship.
That's right.
And really no violence.
That's right. That's right.
Anyways, go ahead.
So she has to get the hotel room for us because nobody has any ID. So we get the hotel room, we go in, we stash a few things, whatever, and then we say, okay, take us to this block. Now, she knows her way around the city really well because the guy who she has her son by, she has a daughter and a son, they're very young, like maybe 6 and 9, something like that. The guy's a cab driver. So she's ridden with him many times, and she knows all the neighborhoods. She's ridden in the car with him, and so she knows everything is. So we get in the car with her, and she takes us around, whatever. And we're trying to find Monroe. So she knows what Monroe is. That's on the east side. It's a vein that goes from like north, I guess, north to south. No, yeah, because east to west is this way, so it goes north to south, right? We ride around Monroe. And we come around the blocking in Monroe, down to Pulaski, back up this street, and back around. And I stopped. I said, "Wait, hold on a second. What does that say right there?" And she goes, "I'm looking. It says EDMONDSON. That's Edmondson. This is what they're asking for." She goes, "Oh, Emerson." I said, "That's Edmondson. This is what I'm looking for." She said, "Oh,
there you go."
There you go. So we get out, I go and I sit around for a bit and I see somebody and I go, "Hey, I'll give you $100. Let me sit some of your house." $100? Yeah. This is sit some of it? Oh, okay. Sit the drugs in there.
Right.
I tell my guys, I look around. We're right on the corner of Edmondson and we're right in the intersection. I go, you stand over there. You stand over there. You go down the block over there, right? And so now we have this crossways where it's like the transactions are going to happen here, but we've got view of everything coming from that direction, everything from that direction for a block, that direction for a block, that direction for a block. So by the time the police get here, we've got a block's warning. They shouldn't even see you, right? Let alone catch you, right? And of course, this is all structural stuff from my own upbringing.
That's right.
So this is well-worn neural pathway, neuropathy in my mind. Like my mind is structured this way for this type of thing. So, and I'm loving it. I'm seeing alleys, alleys in the hood in New York like that. You know what I mean? No alleys. No. You have abandoned lots. Right. Alleys. These are structures that have streets between them that are not necessary for cars. Car could come through, but this alleys, sneaking around.
Grass and,
you could sneak around in here and whatever. Well, I loved it.
Yeah.
So we're out there for maybe a day. And one of the guys who came down, who carried it was a guy named Dave. Dave was the brother of a girl named Donna that my cousin Ella used to deal with, Crego and them whatever guys, people from the neighborhood. He had just gotten off of drugs. He, trying to that's why he wanted to get out of town. He's got himself off of crack or whatever. So he was a recovering addict. This is 89 now. Heroin in New York had all but vanished, right? So nobody's thinking heroin at all.
Right.
I'm standing on the corner of Pulaski and Monroe, and I'm looking across the street at a girl standing in front of the Underground, which is a club that Little Melvin had, but at this point, Little Melvin was in jail.
Oh, okay.
Right? And I'm watching her. She's got these big bangle gold earrings, fly girl.
Right.
Gold chain, and she's wearing a custom Louis Vuitton jumper.
Wow.
She's got a Louis Vuitton bag. Light-skinned girl, long hair, whatever. And I can see her wavering back and forth. So I'm standing across the street, and I'm looking, I'm like, and Dave walks up and goes, "What's up, Bob? What you laughing?" I said, "Hey, a girl that looked like she on dope." And he goes, They're all on dope. And I was like, "What?" He said, "They're all on dope. Everybody hits on dope." I said, "What you talking about? Ain't no young black people using no goddamn dope in 1989.
Right.
He said, "Bob, they're all on dope."
Wow.
And then I thought about it, and I thought about what I'd been seeing all day.
Mm.
And when I put it into to the context of this information, I was like, "Oh, they are on dope.
Wow.
What the f?" I said, "Man, y'all got me out here selling cocaine, and my uncle's got a warehouse full of heroin."
Yeah. Wow. It was like that was your destiny. It was
so
the
weird,
heroin prince,
So
and
weird.
fate has brought you back to it after a decade.
Weird, bro. So
What
now
is it about black people? Why was heroin a big cultural thing in Baltimore and it's dead in New York? Like how can hot girls going to clubs be on heroin?
Because New York was always a decade ahead of any place south of Bergen County,
That makes
New
sense.
Jersey.
That makes sense.
Once you get south of Bergen County, everybody talk like this. Everybody from Dallas, everybody talk like this.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Everybody. It was the country. It was the country. DC, the country.
Right.
Trenton, New Jersey, the country.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was all country. Right?
So Baltimore just was living in New York of 1979.
No, 1974.
Right. So
Like, seriously.
dope fiends everywhere.
Dope fiends everywhere. Bus drivers are dope fiend. Cab drivers are dope fiend. The mailman's a dope fiend. Teachers are dope fiend.
So did you see this
Grandma's
as
a dope fiend. Granddaughters a dope fiend. But it was like weed.
Right.
Just like it was for bumping them generation.
Right.
It was like, weekend party, it's got a little, get a little chippy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it was back to business after that.
There's no stigma around it.
Right. There was no stigma. So they didn't know, girls went to guy, and I heard a lot of young guys got caught up with taking them pills behind the same kind of concept. Oh, I wanted the dope. Because, you're on this heroin, and they could have sex for, more longer than they could not.
Right.
Right? So attractive girls like that one.
Yeah.
Just like with Shameka and the young guys, Shameka, ultra attractive girl who is in the upper echelons of the underworld. Younger guys are influenced. They want to be attracted to her.
Yeah.
And, so she can influence them, whatever. And a lot of guys the same way in Baltimore, all these years later. Yeah. Right? So I said, okay, we got her to finish. We can get out of here so I can go back and, go.
So did you feel like, oh, this is it. This is my chance to really get rich in the game?
I didn't think like that. This is it. This is my chance to really get rich. I know, this opportunity to get some money. Get some money here. I don't know. This is, how old are you?
38.
Okay. That's kind of an advent of your generation as a result of the hip hop influence through which my world got interpolated to you. Get rich. We think about getting rich. I don't really think about getting rich. This is life.
But surely you had an exit strategy. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You had no exit strategy.
No.
You thought because you'd never been arrested hardly.
No.
You were like,
and
I'm
nobody
do this
else
forever.
either. This is what we do.
Wow.
This is what we do. This is it. Wow. This is what we do. This is what we always going to do. This is it. Whatever else we do will be, fed from this. This is what we do.
Wow.
This is it.
So you thought you were going to be a dope dealer all of your working life?
Yeah. Hell yeah. I was good at it. I had never done anything else.
Your mom had basically done it until she retired.
That's right. And I brought her back out of retirement in 86.
Right.
She
was selling coke. Yeah. Right. You were serving your mom.
Right. So, and when she came back out of it, I learned more from her.
Right.
When she got active again, I learned more from her.
And now, okay, at this time in '89, Uncle Butch hadn't even gone down yet.
No. Yeah, that would be 6 years later.
Right. Okay.
Right?
So now you got the plug and you got the strip.
Right. So now
we're going to bring these two things together. Let's bring it home.
All right. So I'm kind of thinking maybe I kind of made it already clear that I was begging them to give me coke back when I was in the shooting gallery.
Yeah.
Right? So every time I went to go get the package, like get on the bus, go up Lenox Avenue to 132nd Street to McDonald's right there. You know what I'm saying? Go inside the McDonald's, get my bag with my joints in it. That's what you call the quarters, the joints, whatever. And each time it was like, you know, oh, there's gonna be some coke in there. Each time, oh, be some coke. Oh, it's gonna be coke in it, and it was never in there. Right? They were highly resistant to it. Right? They'd like, don't get distracted. Just focus on this. This is what's that. It'll come back. Right? So now, here we are at 89. Now by 85 or so, a couple years, I think now there's a little more cocaine, you know, focus or whatever, but heroin was still the mainstay. Yeah. So, but he's getting more coke. So when I initially start working with my uncle, I'm buying a couple of keys.
Right.
Because I'm going through it's 86. I'm going through a scare. Anybody who was around 86 will tell you it was one of the worst droughts. Bro, it was terrible. It was a terrible drought. So, you know, I finally, you know, I go to my uncle and I'm like, I need some coke. You know, I got some coke, whatever. So I spend, you know, I spent like, first I spent $19,000 with him. And then I spent like $38,000 with him. And then after that, it was like, hold your money here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so just, you know, start rocking like that or whatever. And, you know, I wasn't all gung-ho about getting involved with my family because of the stringentness of the structure. Like my cousins were like in the military. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the demand on their time and their liberty was ridiculous. You could be at a movie theater or whatever, you're the girl, you get a page in the middle of the movie, you got to get up, leave her, put in a cab and go. And, you know, obviously I'm hearing about this because they're complaining to me about it all the time. So I was like, I don't want to be bothered. And when I was younger, Bernard used to be like, yo, be careful of that. He's goddamn dangerous. Talking about my uncle.
Talking about
you know
Uncle
what I mean?
Butch, yeah.
Right? You know, and Bernard was kind of schizophrenic or whatever, so he's kind of crazy, you know, brilliant, money making. Butch called him, you know, King Midas. Everything touched and turned to gold. He's the one that innovated putting a stamp with a name on a dope bag.
Wow. Is that true?
Okay, that's true.
He's the first one in
He's
New York.
the one that innovated that.
Wow.
Put the stamp on the dope bag. Prior to him, it was your bag's color and the tape on it.
Right.
Yellow bag with green tape. White bag with red tape. Yellow bag with blue tape. You know, like that.
So what ended up being your stamp in Baltimore?
First and foremost, Hammer. Because MC Hammer was hot at the time. Right? Now, okay, so I felt that needed to be put in some kind of context, you know. Yeah. My resistance, their resistance, and then my resistance later, getting re-involved with them or whatever, right? Because they really controlled you, you know. Right. So I was used to being my own agent.
A freelancer.
Right, freelance, right? So, okay, now, you know, I'm dealing with, my uncle since this 86, where I need coke, whatever, I buy the coke from him. Here we are in 89 now, and I'm not touching heroin. He's still doing with it. I'm not heroin because I'm in New York, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like I'm a coke dealer, you know? So we go out there, this happens. Now I'm like, yo, we're gonna finish, come right back and rock out. But I leave one or two of my guys, right? When I get a certain amount of bread, I leave and, all right, y'all take care of the rest of it, whatever. And like some of the work was stash. And my partner, my childhood friend, who was a partner of mine in the Bronx at 149 initially before I got rid of him, Crazy E. Remember reading about Crazy E? And my son's mom, Cavario's mom, her nephew, Demetrius, who was out of Charlottesville, which is a place that I made a lot of money at, because that was a place you could go and 125 grams you might make like, in Baltimore, 125 grams at the time might have got you, say, 5,000 or 6,000, maybe a little more. Charlottesville, it get you 30,000.
That's insane. Brick money.
Yes.
Of 125 grams.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yes.
Wow.
They were selling, it's like in Charlotte, like it'd be like a tenth. You can make $120 off a gram.
Right.
You can sell a person a corner like that. I don't know what they were doing with that, but they were buying. Wow. So I leave Crazy E and Demetrius there. These two decide that they're going to steal what's left and act like they don't know what happened. Right? So I leave E down there, and I bring the nephew back and you go about your business, because I can't do anything to them. You know what I mean?
Right, of course.
Right. So now I focus back on, because my spot in the Bronx is still popping. Yeah. That's my foundation. So I'm making $15,000 a day here.
So you said forget about Baltimore.
Forget about Baltimore. Right. Then another coke scare. It's a bad one. Right? Now, in between this time, this guy named Billy from the Bronx, Billy Guy, he approaches me at Elise's, which was a local eatery that a lot of hustlers went to in the Bronx on Morris Avenue between 164th, 165th. And I see him in there one day, whatever. Billy's a high-end kind of look at me, famous drug dealer kind of mindset guy. And so he's like, yo, man, I'm down here. I'm out of town. He was in D.C. at the time. I'm out of town. I'm getting his money with him. So I just need a strong connect, man. You know what I mean? And everybody wants to get with, like, we are the Lakers, or the Bulls. Yeah. You know what I mean? Butch Cassidy crew, that's the top tier.
Yeah.
Classiest, strongest, you know what I mean, crew. So he's talking to me. He's trying to, get me to give him inroads, whatever. But his style and so forth is like, bro, you talk too much and you do too much. You know what I mean? And if I bring you in, I'm responsible for you and what you do. Yeah. So there's nothing about how you do what you do that makes me want to do that. So L.A., who is, just the wild one in our, like, and they called me wild child, but he was like the problem kid in our family. So L.A., of course, is like, I'll bring him in. And he brings him in. So, of course, but L.A.'s not a manager, like, he's not reliable. He's not responsible. He's spoiled. We all spoiled him, so he's not responsible. Not for any extended period of time. He might go good for a couple of weeks, a few weeks, and then it's up time, right? So I inherit Billy. So Billy's in Baltimore on the east side, 22nd and a half in Barclay. It's a street. So I got to go see him and pick up. Now, this is 90 now. Mm-hmm. And I go out there, whatever, and I go see him, and he's got this whole show he got going on, really ridiculous behavior. And, we're leaving the spot, and we're in this convertible BMW or whatever, and he, he's like, yo, man, you need to come out here, man. Say I'll put you onto a block, Now, he had Monroe and Fayette, he had Hollins and, what was it? The corner. So he had, he had the corner long before Ed and came. And he had that first before he went to 21st and a half in Barclay, 22nd and a half in Barclay. So he was telling me, yo, I got this block. You can go that block. It's over back on the west side, right? Monroe and Fayette. So I was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I've done the Baltimore whatever. I'm not really all that impressed for it. Yo, Cavario, I'm telling you, kill it down here, man, like that. So then it kind of gets kind of tight again with the cocaine. So then BC says to me one day, he said, man, it might be time to, because he's seeing now what Billy's doing, but he's not a fan of Billy's, right? And Billy gives him the money, his big ass bricks like this, and his name is written all down the sides of it, up the tops, across the tops and the bottoms. And, B hates this. And it's like, yo, why is he doing this? So I asked him, I said, yo, bro, like, he wants to know why you keep writing your name all over the money. He said, I don't want my money to get mixed up with anybody else's money. I want to know what's coming from me and how I'm doing, whatever. I said, bro, he doesn't really see that money like that. You know what I mean? It comes, it goes where it needs to go. Then it goes somewhere else. He never sees it. Like, doesn't matter, but you need to stop it, right? So he's got a whole bunch of things going on that just don't fit with the way we do things, So B's like, it might be time for you to try that Baltimore thing again. So if he says it's time for me to try the Baltimore thing again, it's time for me to try the Baltimore thing again, Like when I say I was a zealot, this was my religion, it was like the Christian Crusades, man.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? So I go back out to Baltimore and I take my man Carlos with me. I take a kid named Roy. He used to go to school with us when I was like in the 4th grade. Square kid, really. Who surprisingly Carlos was like, oh yeah, it's my man Roy. Well, I know Roy since a kid. Like Roy, he's a super square kid. This is kind of what's happening now. Kids like this again.
Right. Squares or good kids or whoever, however you want to characterize it.
And, and I take my lieutenant who'd been with me since like 86, TC. So we go down there.
Do you have the dope yet?
Yes. I take like,
how much?
I take like 200 bundles.
Okay.
Right?
And a bundle is 10 bags.
A bundle's 10 bags, $100 each bundle.
Got it.
Take like 200 bundles. And this is just for scouting.
Right.
It's just go around trying to find, where we can set up, whatever. So we go, we're moving around. I send, you take so many, go that way, you take so many, go that way, you take so many, go that way, see what you find. So Roy, we were there for a few days. We tried a few different places, Golden, Pennsylvania. These are names and intersections that people who've been around for any period of time can tell you, like at a point, these places were phenomenal in terms of earning, So, we looking at these different places. And then one day, Roy says, yo, I found it. And it's Frederick and Calverton, right? So I go over there, look around. Okay, cool. Give out a few more samples, get some reads. People are like, yo, this is phenomenal. My God, this is incredible, right? And we do maybe 400 or 500 that day. Next day we do about 1,500. And the next day we finish. Come back, this was like a Thursday. Come back the following Monday with another 200, 250 bundles. And finish that like by Thursday. Go home, chill out. Monday morning, back on the train on that 620, get to Baltimore, hit the block. 250 bundles goes in like 48 hours. Wow. Shoot back, 500 bundles. Monday, Thursday, done. Shoot back, 800 bundles. Monday, Thursday, done.
That's 80,000 bags. No, 8,000 bags.
$80,000. 8,000 bags.
Right, 8,000 bags in 48 hours. Wow.
Then we start doing 500 bundles between the 1st, 4th, then 500. Talking about 500 bundles a day.
Wow.
50,000.
50,000
a day.
bags of heroin a day.
From Frederick and Calverton.
Yeah.
Because now, the lines are 50 and 60 people long. Oh. Calverton's a major thoroughfare. Frederick is a major thoroughfare. So we have to, and Calverton's like a side street, little side street. It goes from like, let me see, from Hollins, Calverton, Frederick, Hollins, Baltimore Street, and then the next street, and it kind of like ends. So we have to shift the traffic into this little alley, those lovely alleys they had, and shift into this alley now, right? And this alley is between two buildings. And TC standing out there with a shotgun on his broad daylight, shotgun on his hip like this, like it's some type of a chain gang in rural, Louisiana. So like that, right?
Yeah.
You boys line up over there.
Yeah.
Let's not have a failure in communication. It's like, it's going crazy.
Right.
And then the traffic gets so crazy that we have to like put it now into a street called Boyd Street. This is a street with several row houses on it, but it's not really a street. Like, sure, you can drive a car down it or whatever, but it's really an alley with homes on it.
Yeah.
Right. And now we're in Boyd Street. And just going crazy, slow days is 25,000. So, between the 4th and the 14th, 25, 30,000, then the 15th, 50,000.
Yeah.
For the next few days, 40, 50,000, 30,000, so
we're talking maybe like on an average month, 250,000 bags of heroin.
Yes.
Oh my God. You made how much that summer?
About 3 million.
You made it. Was Uncle Butch happy? Was Butch like...
But you got to realize something. We've been making and seeing millions of dollars for decades. It doesn't really mean anything.
I know.
It's just business.
But it's yours though. See, in hindsight, do you see like...
But it doesn't really, it's not, I'm just working.
Right.
I'm just working. I'm just at my job. It's just, I'm just working.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking, I got more, you know what I mean? I've been spending money how I want to spend money since I was a little kid.
Right.
My attitude towards money was pretty ambivalent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's here. I've never not had it. So I was like, I got money now, which is how a lot of my peers acted, which is why they acted the way they did.
Right.
But I'd always had it. So
you
I
were
didn't
a rich
act
kid.
different.
You acted like a rich kid.
Act like a rich
Money
kid.
didn't mean anything to you because it didn't need to.
Didn't need to. So I just was just working and just doing what I was expected to do and carrying the mantle, And so,
how much... Sorry to interrupt, because we're going to cut soon. We're almost at 4, and I want to save some stuff for the Patreon.
Okay.
Also, I mean, the intricacies of the environment in Baltimore and talking about how you organized all that is, it's incredible for like a young 22-year-old kid. So, and they can read about it in the book.
Yep, absolutely.
How much money do you think you made Uncle Butch? How much money did you deliver to Uncle Butch in those 6 years in Baltimore?
Well, this is the thing. For everything I got, I brought back half, right? So for every 100,000, I made 50. Yeah. And I would take my 50 and I would take 25 for myself and I would give the other 25 to my crew. So Roy didn't make it very far. Roy was there for maybe a month or so. Roy was greedy. He was greedy and sneaky, really unsuited for the life, And that might come from being a really, really poor kid. They was like Haitian or something like that. Because Carlos, that's how him and Carlos connected, because Carlos was Haitian, Carlos' brother, Franz, who you read about when I came back and took 149 over with Crazy E. Franz, the one I ran off, that was Carlos's brother.
Oh, okay.
Right. So that greed that he had got him pushed out. So, it was just TC and Carlos and somebody else. They're probably gonna be like, oh, for me. But somebody else, I can't remember what it was.
So you're a crew of 4.
So, So I give them the 25 to split amongst themselves and not take 25 for myself.
Right. And then, nobody ever pitched. You kept just the local kids.
I wouldn't let them pitch.
Right. The local kids went hand to hand. That was it.
But they weren't kids. Like the people who were working were like older people who were, for the most part, heroin addicts.
Oh, okay.
But they had a degree of functionality where they could handle the business, whatever. And they were walking away with $2,000 a day. And that was the problem with my crew. They was like, you pay us basically what comes out to about a little over $1,000 a day. But I keep them like, all you're doing is, all right, when somebody's done with a couple of bundles, you take that money, you give them more bundles, but that happens inside a house off the street.
Yeah.
Right. And other than that, you just watching. I wouldn't let anybody sit down, relax mind, relax ass, and relax mind. So there's no leaning on cars, sitting on stoops. You got to walk the entire time. That way you don't get stopped and, you're loitering, get, arrested so he can fingerprint you and photograph you so we can put you in the archive. Like that type, right? So I I have these guys in as safe a condition as you can possibly be in.
Right.
Right? And I'm paying you $1,000 plus a day. Plus I'm dealing with all of your security, food, and lodging. I cover all that. All you got to do is be here and show up. And make sure that when they're done, they have more work. And make sure that when, whatever got brought out, in the morning, that it might be 12,000, whatever. Now you got to go back to the main stash, get more, drop that money off, come back, whatever. That's your job, whatever. So you're at risk at the point at which you're coming from that point to the block. And you're at risk when you are like in the house where the people who are making the sales come inside to transact that, you know what I mean? Which is relatively low risk unless somebody is working with the police and tells them that they're doing this with you. Other than that, this is as safe as you could possibly be, right? But they're watching us. If we there are rushes during the course of the day. And if there's a rush, a guy who's pitching and he's getting $20 off of each bundle, right? He might go through, so some people are walking up, people aren't buying bags, they're buying bundles, right? Few people buying bags, most people buying a bundle or two, right? Because they're gonna take this and they're gonna sell it as is somewhere else for $25, somewhere else for $40. Going to Virginia, going for $40. Some guy come and buy 40 bundles. Right. If somebody comes and buys that, then the person who they're dealing with on the street, they get the money, they bring it to my guy gives them the 40 bundles, whatever, and then they take it to him, whatever. But they get that cut off of that. So my guys is like, yo, this made $2,000 just now, So yeah, they might walk away with a little more money than you, but they're also risking more than you are, right? And I don't have to worry about bailing you the fuck out of jail. Then my crew started doing little slips, and when the Russians would come, get out the way, let me sell it, like that, creating detriment. Like I was saying earlier about managing people that don't have all their mind together. You know what I mean? Short-sighted.
That was the problem
greedy.
With everything you did. Was the biggest problem was you didn't have the right help.
I didn't have people like me. Right. I'd been looking for a person like me my entire career. Yeah. I had a me like Obi. Obi was like me. Not as experienced because he was in jail all that time. But Obi was like me. Yeah. Obi did what I told him we needed to do. And Obi, he was my partner. Right. You know what I mean? This is my childhood friend from second grade. You know what I mean? Born the same day, 3 minutes apart. But he was he listened. Right. But most people didn't listen, and they didn't listen for very long because it required they be disciplined. And while everybody else is willy-nilly, like they're having all the fun in the world, you're being straight and focused and whatever, you know what I mean? Like, everybody else is going to the ball and you Cinderella, you clean it up. You know what I mean? Yeah,
that's why I'm shocked that you didn't go wholesale. Like just try to kick back and find 3 guys that would just buy everything from you and then be gone. You know why? Why?
Because that level of operator tends to draw particular attention, right? Because, they're a supplier. At that time, the feds had a focus on that type of an offender. Right. But these guys, by this time, were no more savvy than the dudes that I had operating on the street. You know what I mean? Yeah. They were just in a position somehow, some way where they were able to either get their hands on some large sum of money, whatever, or they had people who would buy large sums, right? So they'd be a conduit, whatever. Right. But the thing is, you're on a certain radar. And I don't know how you're operating. I got no reason to believe that you're being especially clandestine or low key or anything like that, whatever, not to draw particular attention to yourself. So if I'm selling bundles, then it just seems like I'm just this, mid-level kind of guy, less attractive, less attractive to a prosecutor, less attractive to an agent or narcotics agent who's looking to make big scores because they're career oriented like anybody else. They want a name that people know. Yeah. I prided myself on anonymity.
Just you were always so low key. That was the biggest. That's what jumped out at me about the book was like you just blended in the whole time.
That's it. Invisibility. Anonymity is my greatest strength out there, man. The people who needed to know me knew me. But if I dealt with people who were like these high-end, high-profile guys who buy keys, whatever, then one, I'm giving you a product where you can potentially compete with me, which was something I learned better than to do from my predecessors.
Right.
Because everybody's getting a thing from dude.
Yeah.
You know, Bump was telling me stories about how, you know, cats were getting like, you know, Kenny Bird was, you know, getting into it with maybe Peanut at the time, Peanut King, Maurice Peanut King. Shout out to the big homies. Because, you know, like your thing is crushing my thing, whatever. It's like, this is the same thing. It's coming from the same person. It's about how you putting it together, you know? And I didn't want to create those types of dynamics. I'm out here. I have blocks.
Yeah.
I'm running shops.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give somebody something to compete with me with.
Right.
You want from me? Buy these bundles.
Right.
Buy these bundles. You know, spread hammer. Spread hammer.
I see.
You know, so and hammer was a top-notch product. I mean, there was one time Carlos and them called me and said, "Yo, they got us in the newspaper." I said, "What you mean?" He said, "There's an article about us in the newspaper." I said, "What does it say?" He says, Hammer, the best heroin to hit Baltimore in 20 years.
Wow.
He said, "What should we do?" I said,
Keep
"Get
pushing
ready."
it. Yeah, right.
I'm sending another 800, 900 bundles right now.
Right.
What? That's the best advertising ever. They coming from Virginia. They're coming from D.C. They're coming from Philly. They're coming from all over the place. It's killing it. I mean, we're ringing inside the jails. In the jails, a $10 bag is going for $50.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was way more beneficial and profitable and safe to deal with the bundles and keep things at that level than to subject myself to dealing with some guy, which is what happened to Bump and all the rest of them.
Right.
You're dealing with some guy and he's
Or
getting
like
these
your Uncle
large
Butch.
sums. That's right.
Yeah.
He's getting these large sums from people, you know, from you. And then he gets jammed up. With Bump, it was like the guy he was giving the large sums to wasn't even the guy who it up. It was his brother who had never met him or seen him, but heard the name and was like, that's the guy. The guy we're getting it from is this guy.
Right.
This is his name.
And we're
You know
talking
what I mean?
about life numbers.
That's right.
We're talking about for
That's right.
heroin on that scale. We're talking about life in prison.
He took. Now he did he accepted 32 years. That's the deal.
Yeah.
32 years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
do you think your Uncle Butch Cassidy, who I really would love to meet sometime and get him on the podcast?
oh my God. You should have seen that night that Unique tried to get him to come on the podcast.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh my God. I have a video of it. It's the funniest thing ever. He's like, he looked at me like, I'm not responsible for what he just said. Yeah.
Do you think is he one of the most, I mean, you are just statistically one of the most successful drug dealers that's ever lived, just by virtue of being alive, have made millions and never did a bid.
And I'm functional.
And you're functional. You're not on dope.
With normal society.
You're not. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Do you think your Uncle Butch is one of the most successful heroin dealers that's alive today?
Absolutely is.
I mean,
absolutely
is. At that level,
absolutely,
that longevity, to have never got caught with any dope. I mean, it will never exist again.
Nope. When the feds grabbed him in the 32nd precinct, they kind of tricked him into coming to the 32nd precinct because they didn't want to try to grab him off the street because it would have turned into a major shootout. Trying to grab him. He had already been kidnapped once before by guys pretending to be the feds.
Oh, wow.
Right? So if they had tried that, they knew about that. They knew if they had tried that, they would get ripped to shreds.
Yeah.
So under the auspices of a traffic offense, you know, we're right there, like primarily we took over different places. We had 22 West, used to be on 135th Street between Lenox and 5th. You know, the Flash Inn used to be on 155th Street and where the McCombs Dam Bridge is, you know, leading off to the Bronx. and PJs. Right, so these are places where we would meet up, and essentially we took these places over. So at a certain point, all the regular patrons would leave, at closing time, whatever, and we'd keep them over until 10, 11 o'clock in the morning the following day, right? And so this was like a primary location. We gotten very close with the woman. She's like family to us, Pat, who owned the place, right? Her and her husband, Joe. And so they were at PJ's. And this was during the time when this thing was going on with those young guys that called themselves the Young Guns, this whole thing that was going on with them, whatever. So everybody was over there. There was a AK-47 in the car. Uncle told his bodyguard of, at that point, 30 years to move the car. And when he went to move it, the police pulled up on him. He did a U-turn. Police pulled up on him. And so he came out and said, that's my car with it, because he didn't have a driver's license. Herc, didn't have a driver's license. So it's like, oh, well, we just give him a ticket, whatever. Would you mind coming over to the precinct? And he came over, went over to the precinct, whatever. And when he walked in, he was sitting in, and the feds walked in and identified themselves, special agent so-and-so, special agent so-and-so. And the fed says to him, it's an honor to meet you. When I came onto the force, into the agency 20 years ago, you were already a legend. This is 1995. He said, you were already a legend. Wow. And he was really Kaiser Soze. Like, he was a guy, he didn't hang out, he didn't smoke, didn't drink, he was into martial arts, exercise. I tell you about all the degrees he had. I mean, between running the several laundromats and the liquor store and the record store, he was a person who was living a real life, had real things to do, and had no time to be hanging out with a bunch of in the street. Right. So, but his force was felt on the street. Yeah. He was like Kaiser Soze. It was the name you heard. Yeah. And when you heard BC or Butch Cassidy, whatever, there was only certain people who would dare to say it. And when you heard it, it was coming from a person of respect and regard. You know what I mean? So you didn't, like, you never saw the guy. Yeah. You never saw him, And so when they grabbed him, it was like a really big deal. It was so difficult to keep his name out the papers. It's ridiculous. Right. But that was always essential. Staying out of the paper was essential, because once you get in the paper, then you become a political prize. Right. Everybody wants to, pursue the worst kinds of outcomes and whatever. They were just interested more so in just trying to take what they could from him. Right.
And they did. They got some millions from him. Yeah. But, and he did a little pinch. He did a little 7 years, which is not nothing, but for what he was involved in.
Yeah, forget about it.
Wow. So you're going to have to go read his book. And you actually have 3 books, but I recommend starting with
4, actually.
4 books. Well, you're coming out. You have the 4th that's ready?
No, I got 4 books. I got Raised by Wolves. Yeah. Then the next one was Get Smart, was a political fiction piece about how and why the mob put the first black president in office.
Okay, right? Cool.
And then Old Gangsters and Young Guns, which is an anthology of the top 10 stories I did in Don Diva, which represents the game, the extremes, all the extremes. This one was the most violent crew. This was the most sophisticated. This one had the most elaborate case. This one was the most flamboyant, and how they all turned out. The real paid in full story. I'm the only person that's ever did an interview or a story with Larry Hoover, not on him. I knew Larry's mom and his wife and his children, stuff like that. Isaac Wright. I'm the one that put Isaac Wright's story to the forefront. Isaac Wright is this one that did this. 50 did the miniseries on NBC, I think it was, called For Life. The guy who was convicted as a kingpin, went to jail for life, taught himself law, came back and got the prosecutor arrested, the judge arrested, the police arrested. Prosecutor went on a run and killed himself on America's Most Wanted Live. And then, of course, he was exonerated, and then he became what he is today, a major lawyer. Isaac Wright. That's in Old Gangsters and Young Guns. That was in my 6th issue of Don Diva.
And what's the 4th one?
The 4th one is 50 Critical Quotes. And this is it's a collection of 50 of the quotes that I've adapted throughout my life that enabled me to maintain a connection to those elaborate lessons that were given to me coming up. So they would say things to me, and then I would turn them into like these little ditties that would help me to remember things. You know, like the what is it? This is your business, not show business.
Right.
You know, like that, like little things like that helped me to.
They kind of anchored your character.
So whenever I found myself in whatever situation you might find yourself in that life, and I had to determine what I should do here and now, I thought back to a thing that I had been taught umpteen years before, and the thing that I created, little ditty I created to kind of to culminate that would come to mind.
Yeah.
And there would be many times after the fact of doing something, I'd be like, yo, Cass be like, yo, that was crazy what you did. And I'd be like, yeah. I'm like, how did I know what to do?
Right.
How did I know what to do? But I knew what to do because of the consistency of them telling me over and over and over again. And I thought they were drunk or high. Yeah. It's like, man, you told me that already. Over and over and over again. But they were indoctrinating me to the point where it would become reflex. So 50 Critical Quotes is a culmination of that. And from that, I created an actual curriculum for the Mind Plug Academy, right? Which is really, it was born out of me teaching inside the South Carolina prisons after that whole thing that happened down there in April 2018 when 7 brothers got murdered. Wow. So,
where can they find those books?
www.themindplugacademy.com.
Got it. And we'll have that link in the description. I recommend buying all the books. He's a tremendous writer. If you want everything we talked about, but just in so much more detail, go to start with Raised by Wolves.
Yep.
It's like it's an urban classic. I put it up there. It's an American classic. That era is American history.
Yes.
And it's such a privilege to talk to somebody that was that entrenched in it, whose life was ruined and also saved by his family. Do you ever think about that?
Yes.
Like your family actually saved your life. They could have ruined it,
Yep.
but they saved it with the lessons they imparted with you. And for you to get out of the game without a scratch, you owe them.
And my name
in a way.
intact.
That's right. That's right. It's the most
My name
important
is
thing
intact.
of all.
My name, my reputation's intact. That's why I can go anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
By myself.
Yeah.
And I'm always respected and accepted.
Cavario, let's do this again, man.
I look forward to it.
And we're going to talk on the Patreon for a little bit. So switch over to patreon.com/theconnectshow and go check him out. And he's all over YouTube too, right?
Yes.
I
have my YouTube channel, which I don't do a whole lot on, but it's a lot of stuff on there.
Yeah.
A lot of mind plug stuff and a lot of other things. But you won't find what I have anywhere else because people like myself with the degree of entrenchment that I had don't share it. No. And those that don't have the degree of understanding beyond it to be able to deliver it in a way that it's relatable to people who are far removed from it.
You articulate it so my mom could read. My mom could read Raised by Wolves.
Exactly.
She'd be a little shocked, but she would during the sex scenes. But this guy's game. That's all we're going to talk about on the Patreon. Cavario, thanks so much, brother. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care.
Peace.